Martial Peak, Chapter 4375, Too Fast. Zhang and the others stared intently outside the heaven-covering web. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had started refining the fifth-order heavenly Yin sand, they breathed a sigh of relief. Once the process started, it couldn't be stopped. That was because Yang Kai's Dao seal had been affected by the Yin element power in the heavenly Yin sand as he built his open heaven realm foundation. There was nothing else he could do to reverse it unless he used something like Tai Yi soul cleansing water to wipe clean his Dao seal. However, in that case, all his previous efforts would also be erased. Initially, they were worried that Yang Kai might go back on his word. After all, if they were him, they would never be willing to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm when they had a chance to make it to the seventh-order open heaven realm directly. Therefore, they wouldn't be surprised even if he went back on his word at the last moment. However, his action at this moment suggested that he was truly determined. Therefore, they admired the fact that he was able to leave his aspiration behind and make do with such an inferior result. Throughout history, only a small number of people were able to directly ascend to the seventh order. Given such a chance, Zhang and the others reckoned that they would never give it up, but Yang Kai could do that. He's indeed a loyal brat. One of the high-rank open heaven realm masters gently nodded. What a shame, another person shook his head. It wasn't certain whether he felt sorry for the fact that Yang Kai had to waste his aptitude or something else. Although they were the ones who forced Yang Kai to take such an action, they still felt sympathetic when they saw him do it. Zhang put on a smile. There's nothing to feel sorry about since we can't use him. The person who spoke earlier gave it a thought and nodded. You're right. The last person fell silent for a moment before uttering, this brat's Dao seal is indeed very sturdy. Don't you think the speed at which he's refining the heavenly Yin sand is too fast? Upon hearing that, all of them immediately turned to look at Yang Kai. Just like what their colleague had said, the speed at which Yang Kai was refining the heavenly Yin sand was outrageously fast. The glowing grains of sand could be seen dimming at a rate visible to the naked eye. Given his speed, it would only take him 1 or 2 days to fully refine the heavenly Yin sand. All of them were stunned as this was a fifth-order Yin element treasure. Its order was neither too high nor too low. Usually, it would take an average open heaven realm master a few months to refine it. For someone with a great aptitude, it would still take him 10 days to half a month. The fact that Yang Kai was able to do it in 1 or 2 days was unbelievable. This outcome suggested that Yang Kai's Dao seal was extremely sturdy, so the impact of the fifth-order Yin element power penetrating his body was almost negligible. That was the reason he was able to refine it without any concern. All of them were high-rank open heaven realm masters who had lived for a long time and seen many gifted people, but none of those people were comparable to Yang Kai. Although they couldn't inspect his Dao seal, they believed it was far more robust than that of anyone else just by looking at the speed he was refining the heavenly Yin sand. A person with a sturdy Dao seal was able to condense element powers swiftly, and there was only a minimal risk for him to ascend to the open heaven realm. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai had heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, it could be said that it was practically risk-free for him to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm. Now, the crux of the matter was how strong the foundation of his small universe would be after he achieved his ascension. With a strong foundation, he would become powerful in the future, and vice versa. Nevertheless, he would still be just a fifth-order open heaven realm master, so it wouldn't matter regardless of how strong his foundation would be. While Zhang and the others were paying close attention to Yang Kai, Zhu Jiuyin and her companions were staring vigilantly at the other party. On the other hand, Yang Kai was focused on refining the heavenly Yin sand in the center of heaven-covering web. A sense of coldness penetrated his physique through his pores before converging in his Dao seal under his guidance. The powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and yang had already gathered together in his Dao seal, so he needed only one more. As he absorbed the Yin element power from the heavenly Yin sand, his Dao seal gradually became complete. The Yin, Yang, and 5 element powers mutually supported and suppressed one another as they formed an endless cycle in his body. The power of the cycle clashed within his Dao seal, and following every collision, there seemed to be a bell that rang loudly in his body, which shook his very soul. Initially, this kind of movement was still not conspicuous, but as Yang Kai refined more of the Yin element power, the movement became increasingly violent. When Yang Kai refined his metal element power, thus gathering all 5 element powers previously, he realized that a crack had appeared in his Dao seal. He was shocked as he thought that something had gone wrong with his cultivation. However, he couldn't feel there were any problems with him. Be it cultivating or using his strength, he faced no obstacles at all. Instead, he felt that his power had increased after he condensed the metal element power. Still worried, he asked Yuhi about it. It was then he learned that when a cultivator ascended to the open heaven realm, his Dao seal would break apart to allow his own grand Dao to merge with the 7 elements to form his small universe. Nevertheless, the average cultivator would only see his Dao seal cracking when ascending to the open heaven realm, but such an incident happened to Yang Kai in advance. Perhaps the order of the elements he had condensed was too high, leading to such a result. Regardless, this was a good thing for him. Anyone who wished to ascend to the open heaven realm had to go through this trial. If he couldn't successfully integrate his grand Dao with his small universe, his ascension would fail. Since Yang Kai's Dao seal had started cracking earlier, things would become easier when he attempted his breakthrough. As he condensed more of the Yin element power, more cracks started appearing on his Dao seal, as though it would collapse at any moment. At the same time, a chaotic aura started exuding from Yang Kai, who was seated in the center of heaven-covering web. Anyone who noticed this aura would be stunned as they stared fixedly at Yang Kai. All of them were open heaven realm masters who had tread the same path, so they were aware that it was the most critical moment for Yang Kai. Before heaven and earth split apart, there was only chaos. It was apparent that Yang Kai was on the brink of achieving his breakthrough. So far, it had only been 1 day since he started refining the heavenly Yin sand. Anyone could see that the heavenly Yin sand, which looked like a swirling galaxy, had lost all its glow and spirituality. That was because the Yin element power within it had been fully absorbed. There was no doubt that Yang Kai was a genius. Even the high-rank open heaven realm masters were unable to refine a 5th-order material in a day, not to mention a mere Emperor Realm Jr. A mysterious power trembled violently within Yang Kai's body. With him as the center, visible ripples were seen spreading out in a regular manner. Since all the power in the heavenly Yin sand had been refined, it turned into dust and scattered with the wind as soon as it came into contact with these ripples. Meanwhile, all of Yang Kai's skin had reddened as his chaotic aura became even more conspicuous. He felt like he had been trapped inside a thick membrane, as though he had returned to his mother's womb. He was restricted in every way, which made him feel extremely unpleasant. Inside his Dao seal, Yin, Yang, and 5 element powers moved in a cyclical manner as they clashed with Yang Kai. Following every collision, he felt his soul shuddering violently. Not only was he unable to make his mind focus, but he also couldn't control 1 bit of his energy. Yang Kai was flabbergasted as it was only now that he realized how dangerous the process of ascending to the open heaven realm really was. If he wasn't careful enough, he would instantly lose his life. His Dao seal was pretty sturdy to begin with, and he had consumed a lot of divine Dao water which fortified his Dao seal to the point that there was no room for improvement. It could be said that within the half-step open heaven realm, no one was a match for him when it came to the sturdiness of their Dao seal. Every time he condensed a high-rank element power, his Dao seal would be bombarded by that same power. Fortunately, he managed to endure each time. When he finally completed his Dao seal with a Yin element power this time, he realized that the collisions he had experienced in the past were nothing compared to what he was going through now. The powers in his body, except for the 5th-order Yin element power he had just refined, were all high-rank powers. As they clashed with Yang Kai in succession, he felt his body and soul shuddering. Only when the Yin element power collided with him did he feel an almost negligible impact. He had to face such a difficult trial even though he was just ascending to the 5th-order open heaven realm. If he really attempted to make it to the 7th-order open heaven realm, the difficulty he would have had to face would be far greater. It was no wonder that only a small number of people had managed to directly break through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm throughout history. Even if someone had condensed the requisite high-rank elements like Xianxia, they might still lose their life at this last step. As more cracks appeared on Xianxia's Dao seal, it seemed that it would break apart soon. However, he realized that he was still unable to get rid of this thick restrictive membrane around him, and even his mind seemed to be lost in a foggy state. What was worse, the chaotic aura was increasingly thickening. All of a sudden, Xianxia came to the realization that if he couldn't break through the barrier after his Dao seal exploded, he would fall into danger. At this life and death moment, he became calm instead as he attentively sensed the chaotic aura and let the powers of yin, yang and the 5 elements clash with his Dao seal without restraint. He still had some heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, but he hadn't planned on using any of them. It was a good idea to use a spirit pill to assist his ascension, but it wouldn't be as rewarding as if he achieved the ascension through his own perseverance. He had initially intended to ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm directly, but now he had to make do with the Fifth Order. If he still needed to use a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill now, it would only mean he wasn't gifted after all. In the past, he had consumed a fair amount of world source liquid, allowing him to sense the magnificence of heaven and earth splitting apart. However, he realized that he couldn't recall most of the details now. Still, he would never forget that innate feeling. As time passed, everyone could see that Xianxia's skin was alternating between red, white, and blue. That was the result of the powers of yin, yang, and the 5 elements weltering in his body. The primordial elements of the universe turned in an endless cycle, supporting and suppressing one another as the chaotic aura around Xianxia thickened by the breath. One could see that Xianxia had been engulfed by very thick fog, which couldn't be peered through even using one's divine sense. He was on pins and needles as she stared fixedly at the fog while Bai Qi balled up his fists and hoped that Xianxia would succeed. To the side, Chu Huashang was secretly praying for him. As Zhu Jiuyin watched coldly, she couldn't help but mutter, "What is this smelly brat doing? Is it really so difficult to ascend to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4376, Chaos Breaks, A New World is Born. If this brat can't break through the fog of chaos, he'll definitely lose his life, an old voice was heard coming from one of the 4 high-rank Open Heaven realm masters. Zhang and the others exchanged glances as they felt that they had probably overestimated Xianxia's potential. He was going through so much danger although he was just ascending to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, so it probably wouldn't have mattered even if they allowed him to obtain a 7th Order Yin element treasure. Based on their observation, if Xianxia really attempted to achieve the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, he wouldn't stand a chance of succeeding. The chaotic aura around Xianxia was so thick that it had engulfed him entirely. Looking from afar, they felt as though he had been covered in a large cocoon that totally obscured his figure. Inside the cocoon, Xianxia was completely at ease as he silently felt the chaotic aura and the state before heaven and earth split apart. It was as though he had traveled through time and returned to the beginning of history, when there was still nothing but chaos. Just then, cracking sounds were heard coming from his heart as his Dao seal began to shatter. The Dao seal was the very core of an Emperor Realm cultivator as it was the essence of their cultivation. When the Dao seal broke apart, it meant that their Grand Dao also started dispersing. If this Dao essence wasn't quickly integrated into a small universe, the consequences would be dreadful. Therefore, before the Dao seal completely collapsed, a small universe had to take shape. In order to achieve that, one had to break through the chaos by splitting heaven and earth apart in their body, melding the 7 elements together into a new world. At this life and death moment, Xianxia seemed to be oblivious to the situation he was in. He couldn't help recalling the moment his body was destroyed by great demon god Mo Sheng. It was the final battle between the star boundary and the demon realm. In order to win that battle, all the masters from the star boundary, including all the great emperors, waged war against great demon god. It was in that battle that Xianxia lost his life under a horrifying attack from the great demon god. If it weren't for the immortal tree, he wouldn't have stood a chance to be reborn. It could be said that he was someone who had died and come back to life before, so he knew better than anyone else about the cycle of life or death. Most other people wouldn't have a chance to experience dying and then being reborn. All of a sudden, a realization dawned upon Yang Kai as he felt that he gained enlightenment. All life starts with chaos and returns to chaos in the end. What is life? What is death? That doesn't matter. One will only realize life or death if he's aware of it. There is no life or death if he knows nothing of it. What is reality? What is an illusion? There are no boundaries in this world. All is a construct of one's mind. As his murmur was heard coming from the cocoon, there seemed to be a spiritual light that penetrated his mind and broke through the thick fog, which allowed him to see a glimmer of the future. At the same time, the chaotic aura around Yang Kai seemed to have been seized by an invisible hand as it stopped churning entirely. Just 3 breaths later, a crack appeared on the chaos cocoon, and soon after, it was covered in cracks. The aura of heaven and earth exuded from it as a brand new world was taking shape, and through the cracks, Yang Kai's own world force began to permeate. Hong! The void shook. The cocoon shattered all of a sudden and revealed Yang Kai's figure. His eyes were still tightly closed as he remained seated with his legs crossed in the void. However, there was a storm swirling around him, which made his clothes and hair flap in the wind. The Tao seal in his body completely shattered, but there wasn't a risk of his grand Tao collapsing. That was because at this exact moment, his newly formed small universe absorbed this grand Tao and integrated with it. Chaos was broken, and a new world was born. At that moment, the illusory image of a small universe manifested behind Yang Kai's back. It was his very own world that had just taken shape. Tizheng narrowed his eyes and spoke up. He actually succeeded. He was puzzled as he could see that Yang Kai was about to be consumed by the swirling chaos just now. However, he somehow managed to break through that fog at the last moment and enter the open heaven realm. He didn't understand what Yang Kai had gone through during that life and death moment. Only Yang Kai knew exactly what had happened. The moment the small universe appeared, Tizheng exerted more power with his eyes in an attempt to peer into it. Unfortunately, the heaven-covering web was still in place, so he was unable to see it clearly even though he was a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had advanced to the open heaven realm, Zhu Jiaoyin breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, she was stunned as she gazed forward with a frown. That was because instead of immediately consolidating his newly formed small universe, Yang Kai actually turned his hand over and revealed a rounded bead. Zhu Jiaoyin immediately recognized that it was his sealed world bead. She knew that there was an independent world inside this bead, but she had never entered it due to it not being able to withstand her immense power. What's this brat trying to do by taking his sealed world bead out at this point? While she was wondering, she saw Yang Kai's body shake as his small universe's illusory image appeared behind him again. Following that, he nonchalantly tossed his small world bead into his small universe. Zhu Jiaoyin's brows twitched as she exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing, you crazy brat?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and grinned at her, just taking a little gamble. Zhu Jiaoyin felt her chest tightening while Bai Qi and the others widened their mouths in disbelief. Their expressions changed when they realized Yang Kai's intention. While they were staring anxiously at him, Yang Kai performed a hand seal and shouted, "Open!" Following his shout, the sealed world bead exploded inside his small universe. The bead had been with Yang Kai for many, many years, and it had helped him overcome numerous dangers. It could be said that the sealed world bead was one of the most important treasures throughout his cultivation journey. At this moment, the bead had completed its last duty and detonated following Yang Kai's order. Following that, the small universe's illusory phantom trembled violently because it was suffering from a huge impact that was coming from the collapsed small sealed world. Although the sealed world bead looked like a small rounded bead, it contained an entire world within it. At this moment, it was exploding within Yang Kai's small universe, so the immense impact could be imagined. If Yang Kai was unable to bear such an impact, his newly formed small universe would be destroyed, and he would most likely lose his life. There was no doubt that this was an extremely risky move because he was making a bet on his small universe and the sealed world bead. Once he failed, he would lose everything. However, if he succeeded, the sealed world bead would integrate into his small universe and the benefits he would receive would be inconceivable. Putting the newly formed small universe aside for now, the landmass in the small sealed world was quite expansive. When the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, Yang Kai had collected many of its fragments and stored them inside the bead. Each fragment contained the heritage left behind by a deceased 8-order Open Heaven Realm Master. At that time, countless Open Heaven Realm Masters were trying to snatch these Spirit Province fragments. Yang Kai was weak, so he could only collect a few pieces. Usually, even an Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't dare to absorb these fragments into their small universe, unless their aura was extremely similar to that of the blood monster Divine Monarch. The consequences of forcefully doing this would be akin to poisoning oneself. Yang Kai didn't have to worry about it as he had the small sealed world to act as a filter. Over the years, the small sealed world had fully assimilated the aura of those fragments, which significantly strengthened the heritage within the bead. Furthermore, Yang Kai wasn't doing this on a whim. In fact, a long time ago, he had already planned on merging his sealed world bead with his small universe while he was breaking through to the Open Heaven realm. Others didn't have such an option, but it was different for him. Both the small universe and the small sealed world were part of Yang Kai's heritage, with the latter having been thoroughly painted with his aura, so there was absolutely no conflict when merging the two. However, the problem he was facing now was the impact that had been inflicted on his small universe after the small sealed world literally exploded. As long as he could get through this trial, he would be able to achieve his goal. The task was as difficult as ascending to the Open Heaven realm. The illusory image behind him continuously expanded as Zhu Jiaoyin and the others watched, their hearts pounding against their chests. Ti Zhang and the others were puzzled as they didn't know what Yang Kai had done to make this kind of scene. They had been paying close attention to Yang Kai since the beginning, but after he achieved his breakthrough, all they saw was him toss some kind of bead into his small universe, and then this happened. What in the world was that bead? Although they couldn't look into what was going on exactly, the ever-expanding illusory phantom suggested that Yang Kai's small universe was experiencing an unimaginable impact. Yang Kai sported a solemn expression as he repeatedly used different hand seals and focused on controlling his strength to stabilize his small universe while merging it with the collapsed small sealed world as soon as possible. Inside his newly formed small universe, bolts of lightning flashed across the sky as a great thunderstorm blew through it, as if it was the end of the world. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu hugged each other tightly as they trembled in the medicine garden. These two petite wood spirits had always lived inside the medicine garden in the small sealed world. When trying to assimilate the small sealed world, Yang Kai didn't release them as he already had a plan in mind. Although it appeared even more perilous than when he was ascending to the Open Heaven realm, everything was well within his control. From time to time, Yang Kai would roar as the illusory image behind him expanded and contorted. However, as time passed, things were showing signs of improvement as the illusory phantom became more stable. Just like what Yang Kai had expected, everything was going well. The small universe was formed by splitting heaven and earth apart when he was attempting a breakthrough. On the other hand, the sealed world bead had been with him for years, so he was able to control every part of the small sealed world as he pleased. That was why everything fell into place as there was no conflict when merging the two. His Dao seal had already fallen apart as it turned into Dao essence which filled the entire small universe. As time passed, the thunderstorm calmed and the illusory phantom behind Yang Kai stabilized, its violent energy fluctuations dissipating. All the commotion died down. An Open Heaven realm's aura swirled around Yang Kai. That was indeed a 5th order Open Heaven realm master's aura. Every new Open Heaven realm master had to go through this phase, and it would take them some time to fortify their cultivation and consolidate their aura so they could take it out and retract it at will. Martial Peak, Chapter 4377, Small Universe. Xianxia was now an open heaven realm master. He had come a long way and encountered countless dangerous incidents. Finally, he took this vital important step. His emotions undulated in his heart, and as he recalled everything that he had gone through, he couldn't help but let out a long roar to express his excitement. His roar was so loud that the entire void seemed to be shaking. It wasn't until this moment that he had time to examine his own small universe. Sending his consciousness inwards, the entire small universe appeared in his mind. The first thing he could see was a gigantic ancient tree. The tree crown stretched out like a colossal umbrella and seemed to cover the entire sky. Extremely rich vitality exuded from every part of the tree as it breathed life into the small universe. At that instant, Xianxia realized that it was the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation in his small universe. He comprehended the towering evergreen from his wood element power, which was derived from the immortal tree's essence. Therefore, the manifestation of this divine manifestation had something to do with the immortal tree. Upon realizing that there was a shadow beneath the tree, Xianxia became startled for a moment before looking up. There, a dazzling golden sun hung in the sky. Ka sounded as there seemed to be a three-legged exotic bird flying around inside the sun. The shadow under the tree was caused by the great sun's glow. It was the manifestation of his golden crow casts the sun. Xianxia arched his brow as he hadn't expected his small universe to look like this. Besides that, he seemed to understand something at that moment. As his thoughts flashed, time in the small universe seemed to accelerate rapidly. The radiant sun in the sky traveled across the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon as a bright moon rose from the opposite side. The manifestation of water reflects the moon seemed to have cast a silvery glow on the entire small universe, giving it an ethereal ambience. There was a golden wolf standing atop a certain mountain as it howled at the moon. Apart from that, innumerable stars could be seen twinkling in the sky. The round moon was the manifestation of Xianxia's water element power, while the golden wolf was the manifestation of his metal element power. As for the stars, they were the representation of the heavenly Yin sand that he had just refined. As his thoughts flashed, Xianxia was able to make the sun and moon cycle in succession. A strange feeling filled his heart as at that instant, he realized that his comprehension of the Tao of time had improved significantly. He had always been a novice when it came to his studies of the Tao of time, and that was only thanks to him having learned the time flies seal, without which he couldn't even have comprehended the basics of time principles. However, after such a long time, he was still considered a beginner in the Tao of time. That was because most of his time was spent on the comprehension of the Tao of space. First of all, he didn't have a natural aptitude when it came to the studies of Tao of time, so it would be quite time-consuming if he insisted on learning it. Secondly, his time was limited, so he had to focus on one grand Tao. There were countless grand Taos in the universe, but while being versed in many had its advantages, mastering one was still a better choice. Nevertheless, at this moment, the Tao of time was like a generous elder who opened up to him and taught him all kinds of skills and knowledge, tremendously enhancing Xianxia's comprehension of it. The reason behind that was the formation of his small universe. He knew nothing about other people's small universes, but presently there were sun, moon, and stars in his small universe. As these celestial objects that moved in an endless cycle, like a flowing river of time. His entire small universe was filled with ample time principles, which was how he obtained such tremendous benefits. There was no doubt that it was a pleasant surprise. As his thoughts continued flowing through his mind, he saw Mu Zhu and Mu Lu sitting together on the tree branch of a certain spirit tree in the transplanted medicine garden. As their heads pressed against one another, they swung their legs and looked dazedly at the starry night sky. While the stars twinkled, they also batted their eyes. Mu Lu remarked, "It's beautiful." Mu Zhu uttered, "It's wonderful." In the past, although the small sealed world was an independent world of its own, they had never seen such a magnificent view before. Now, everything had changed. Since these wood spirits started following Yang Kai and settled in the small sealed world, they had never seen such a wonderful night sky. The sight before their eyes made them recall the time they grew up in the star boundary. Back then, they always loved to sit together and enjoy the mesmerizing night view. Yang Kai retracted his mind and sported a solemn expression. The situation Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were in suggested that his small universe was able to accommodate living creatures, which was contrary to common sense. In the 3,000 worlds, only the small universes of high-rank open heaven realm masters were fully corporeal, akin to real universe worlds. Presently, Yang Kai was only a 5th order open heaven realm master, which was 2 orders below the requisite 7th order. 2 orders was a massive gap that countless cultivators failed to surmount in their lifetime. Although one could slowly cultivate over time, it would take them a painfully long period as well as many fortunate changes to achieve this goal. However, Yang Kai wasn't surprised at the outcome. If he attempted to break through like everyone else, his small universe would have become the same as those of other people. However, the moment his small universe was formed upon his ascension, he integrated his sealed world bead into his small universe, leading to this incredible transformation. The sealed world bead was already able to accommodate living creatures, but due to the limitations of its grade, it was unable to take in open heaven realm masters without the risk of exploding. After the sealed world bead merged with his small universe, the new small universe inherited the characteristics of the sealed world bead. Accommodating living creatures was just one part of that. Moreover, there were sun, moon, and stars inside Yang Kai's small universe, giving it a day and night cycle. Yin-yang and the 5 elements formed into a virtuous cycle. The grand Tao and world principles inside it were incredibly complete. Basically, his small universe was no different from a real universe world. Even the small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master might not be as perfect as his. The great sun was a divine manifestation he had comprehended after refining the golden crow's true fire, while the moon was the manifestation of the water element power he refined from the moon essence. If someone wanted to reproduce his success, they would have to refine the golden crow's true fire and moon essence as well. However, it was extremely difficult to refine the golden crow's true fire and moon essence, both of which were high-rank materials. One of them was scorching while the other was freezing. Either of them could easily kill a cultivator who absorbed them haphazardly. In the entire 3,000 worlds, probably only Yang Kai's small universe contained the sun and moon that rose and set. Upon seeing that Yang Kai was grinning from ear to ear, Zhu Jiuyin couldn't help but scoff. "Why are you so ecstatic when you've only ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm? Can you be more ambitious, you smelly brat?" It was then Yang Kai opened his eyes and cupped his fist with a solemn expression. "Many thanks for your protection, senior." If Zhu Jiuyin hadn't tagged along, he would have been dead by now. Since 4 high-rank cultivators were waiting for him in this place, he would have had no hope of surviving. In front of absolute power, all strategy was meaningless. "From today forward, I consider your oath fulfilled, senior." Since Zhu Jiuyin had fulfilled her promise, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't go back on his word. Some time ago, he said that as long as she could escort him to this place, her oath would be completed regardless of whether he survived or not. From now on, she no longer had to protect him. Zhu Jiuyin snorted, "Save your platitudes, this queen is fully aware of that." Then, Yang Kai turned to look at Chu Huashang and thanked, "Many thanks, senior sister Chu." Chu Huashang shook her head with a bitter smile. "I wasn't able to help you in any way." Yang Kai shook his head. "Simply coming with me is already more than I could have asked for, senior sister Chu." He knew that when she returned to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she would be punished. After all, she had jumped in to interfere when those from Myriad Demons Heaven were dealing with Yang Kai. Since she was a core disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she was in all essence a representative of her sect. Her actions this time had tarnished her sect's reputation. Following that, Yang Kai gazed at Yu He and said, "Please take care of Voidland." A startled Yu He subconsciously asked, "Where are you going, young master?" Without responding to her, Yang Kai put on a smile before he pressed his palms together and pulled them apart as he shouted, "Open!" As space principles undulated, a huge crack suddenly appeared in front of them. The aura of another world exuded from the crack. Naturally, it was the aura of the shadowless cave heaven. Zheng was right to say that there was a restriction around this universe cave heaven that would bar anyone below the open heaven realm from entering. Although Yang Kai had found the entrance using space principles earlier, he could feel that there was a force that stopped him from entering it. Upon ascending to the fifth order open heaven realm, he realized that the force no longer blocked him. Without hesitation, Yang Kai slipped into the crack as he sent a divine sense message to Yu-He, "Go back to Voidland and wait for me. I'll definitely bring Proprietress out of this place." Yu-He widened her eyes in disbelief and shot forward to follow him, but the crack disappeared the next instant. When she reached the spot, the entrance was nowhere to be seen. Bai Qi was dumbfounded as well. As they exchanged glances, they inspected the void around them but failed to find the entrance. A pale Zheng said, "Stop wasting your time. The entrance is so well hidden that even this monarch is unable to sense it, let alone you all. The reason that Brat can enter it is that he's a master of the Tao of space. Still, it's a wise choice that he went in alone." Zhu Jiuyin shot him a cold glance. "What do you mean?" Zheng replied with a smile. "The shadowless cave heaven is an extremely strange place where one can enter but not come out. Over the years, many open heaven realm masters have accidentally fallen into it, but no one has ever managed to leave, so no one knows what's going on inside. Although that boy can enter easily enough, he probably doesn't have the confidence to come out again. So, he doesn't want to drag all of you into it. He's just a fifth order open heaven realm master. Does he think he can change anything by going in?" At this moment, he was completely at ease. Even though he didn't achieve his goal of killing Yang Kai, he had managed to force him to become a fifth order open heaven realm master, which was good enough. It could be said that the cave heavens and paradises could stop worrying about anyone challenging their status, as Yang Kai's future was now ruined. The best a fifth order open heaven realm master could achieve was the seventh order in the future, which was in the same order as them now. Moreover, it'd take Yang Kai millennia to reach the seventh order by ordinary means, so there was truly nothing for them to worry about. Martial Peak, Chapter 4378, On His Own. Senior Sister Zhu, pardon my previous offense. I'll take my leave now. Zheng cupped his fist at Zhu Jiuyin and left. They had engaged in a life-and-death battle just now because they were on opposing sides, but there wasn't any feud between them. Since the issue had been settled, there wasn't a need to be hostile towards each other. Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit after all, so he had to show her due respect. All four high-rank open heaven realm masters turned into rays of light and disappeared from Zhu Jiuyin's sight. They had suffered immense losses in this battle. Other than their own injuries, the over 20 mid-rank open heaven realm masters that they had brought with them were either killed or captured by Black Crow Divine Monarch. Only 5 or 6 of them had survived. These losses were considered painful for the cave heavens and paradises. It wasn't easy to nurture 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm masters, as it took a long time and countless resources. Yu-He and Bai Qi were still looking for the entrance of the shadowless cave heaven as they continuously inspected the area, but to no avail. Zheng and the others must have a way to open the portal, otherwise they couldn't have made the proprietress fall into it at an opportune time. There was no way Zheng would tell them how to open it though, so it was pointless for them to ask him about it. After standing around for a while, Zhu Jiuyin sighed and said, "Stop wasting your time. The portal is so well hidden that even this queen is unable to sense anything, so there's no way you two will find anything even if you keep looking." "You cannot sense anything either, senior?" Bai Qi was stunned. If Zhu Jiuyin also couldn't sense it, there was no way he and Yu-He could. After a long sigh, he looked in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared and fell into a dazed state. In order to save the proprietress, Bai Qi traveled to Voidland to inform Yang Kai about the incident. In the end, Yang Kai was forced to become a fifth-order open heaven realm master, which basically destroyed his future. Now, he had gone into the shadowless cave heaven on his own, and no one was sure whether he could come out again. All these results left Bai Qi feeling extremely guilty. He stopped making a move as her eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Chu Huashang came over and comforted her by saying, "Junior brother Yang is a man who can create miracles that others can't even dream of. Since he decided to go in on his own, he must have his own considerations and plans." Certainly, He was aware of that. Just like what Tizheng had said, no one had yet been able to come out of the shadowless cave heaven over the years, so no one knew what was going on inside. Yang Kai must have been worried that none of them could come out if they all went in together, so he decided to venture in alone. As a master of the Tao of space, if he was unable to find a way out, it was pointless for the others to go in with him. "Let's go," Zhu Jioyin said. She felt sorry that Yang Kai was forced to become a fifth-order open heaven realm master on this day, and he had even dived into the shadowless cave heaven, so it wasn't certain whether they'd have a chance to meet again. Since she had gotten rid of the oath restraining her, she felt completely at ease now. The problem now was how she was going to explain this matter to Shan Qing Luo when she returned. It gave her a headache just thinking about that young woman rashly deciding to come all the way here to look for him. She truly valued this junior of hers who had a source from her lineage. "You all can go back first. I must wait for young master here," he gently replied. Even though she was unable to go in with Yang Kai, she was determined to wait for his return regardless of whether it would take her a month or a century. "What's the point of doing that?" Zhu Jioyin snapped. "Before he left, he told you to go back to Voidland and take care of his sect. What's the point of you lingering here? Voidland is still in its development phase and there is no powerful master to assume command of it now. Mo Mei has to manage the Star City, so who can take care of Voidland if you don't go back? If you really want to help that brat, go back and help him manage Voidland well. Wouldn't it be better if he returns one day and sees a prosperous sect rather than a desolate one?" After a moment of silence, He replied in a small voice, "Senior is right." Upon seeing that she was willing to listen to reason, Zhu Jioyin nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go." A while later, the four of them followed the previous route and left the shattered heaven. Then Chu Huashang bid them farewell. Although she didn't represent her sect when she followed Yang Kai to this place, she had indeed caused some trouble. Therefore, she had to return to Yinyang Cave Heaven and receive her punishment. She probably wouldn't be able to leave her sect for a while. Meanwhile, a figure was rapidly shooting towards the territory gate in the shattered heaven. The person's face was ashen as he coughed from time to time. Besides the fact that blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth, his aura was a complete mess. He was none other than Tizheng. 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters had joined forces to deal with Zhu Jioyin, but the result of that intense battle was that both parties had been injured. While Zhu Jioyin indeed suffered serious wounds, the 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters didn't fare any better. Tizheng was in especially bad condition because Zhu Jioyin was incensed at his humiliating remarks towards her, so most of her attacks were targeted at him Tizheng during the battle. There were even times when he almost lost his life. With a bitter smile, Tizheng mused on how it was indeed difficult to deal with a mature divine spirit. He was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, but if he were to fight a one-on-one fight with Zhu Jioyin, he would probably lose his life within an incense stick. He had never been so severely wounded before. The flesh wounds didn't matter as they would heal eventually. The problem was his small universe. The fierce battle destabilized his small universe and caused his world force to become chaotic. Now, he desperately needed to look for a place to stabilize his small universe, otherwise, he would be left with huge problems in the future. His situation was similar to what Bai Qi had recently experienced. The reason Bai Qi got out of danger was that he had consumed a star-gathering universe pill. If there were also star-gathering universe pills around at this moment, it could help alleviate Tizheng's problem. Bai Qi was a 5th-order open heaven realm master, so just one pill was enough to fix his situation. On the other hand, Tizheng was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he would require more pills. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to refine such pills, so they were always scarce on the market. Back then, Yang Kai had paid a huge price to find an alchemist to refine the pill. Hence, even though Tizheng was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he didn't have such a pill on him. Furthermore, he had never expected that he would need such a pill one day. If he had only known, he would have prepared one in advance. Presently, he had parted ways with the other 3 masters. He had been feigning calm and nonchalance so that no one could tell how serious his injuries were. However, now that he was alone, he was unable to conceal his condition anymore. His small universe was continuously shaking while the weltering world force caused his blood to churn. All of a sudden, he looked to the side and bellowed, "Who goes there?" Looking up, he saw someone surrounded by demon chi rapidly approaching him. Tizheng stared intently and saw through the demon chi, and upon making out the person's face, he set his mind at ease. When the person reached Tizheng, he cupped his fist and greeted, "Sir." Tizheng nodded lightly, and then he suddenly grunted and coughed out some blood. The person asked in shock, "Are you injured, sir?" Tizheng waved his hand and replied, "I'm fine. Where are the others?" The person said in a bitter voice, "They're all gone. Only I managed to escape. Earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch had been hunting us down, so we had no choice but to run and hide. When I sensed your aura just now, I immediately came to you." Upon hearing that, Tizheng felt speechless. This time, Myriad Demons Heaven had sent out 7 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, but only one of them survived in the end, which was a complete tragedy. He secretly swore that he would capture Black Crow one day and let him know the consequences of offending him. Then he stared deeply at the person and said, "You're pretty lucky." The person before his eyes was just a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died, but this 5th Order kid managed to survive. Embarrassed, the person replied, "I'm too weak, so Black Crow didn't target me immediately. Perhaps that's why I had a chance to flee." Right then, Tizheng grunted again. Besides from his lips, blood was also leaking from his eyes and nostrils, which made him look extremely miserable. The person exclaimed, "Are you all right, sir?" Still, Tizheng waved his hand. The person immediately summoned a ship and said, "Please board and recuperate, sir. I'll bring us back to Myriad Demons Heaven now." Tizheng nodded and entered the ship. After finding a secret room, he opened the isolation barriers, sat down cross-legged and stuffed some pills into his mouth. As he emptied his mind and circulated his secret art, he tried to bring order to the chaos in his small universe. His injuries couldn't be healed in a short period of time, so even if he returned to Myriad Demons Heaven, it would take him 3 to 5 years to fully recover. Meanwhile, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven was standing silently on the deck as the ship moved towards somewhere in the shattered heaven. As demon chi undulated, a small part of the fog floated away and revealed a pair of fervent and tempted eyes. Soon, a sense of determination flashed through his gaze as beneath the demon chi, the person curved his lips into a ferocious grin. 1 hour later, Tizheng, who was recuperating in the secret room, became alarmed as he hurriedly opened his eyes. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him had incredibly sharp intuition, so he was often able to detect danger before it even befell him. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard an explosion and the ship rocked violently. The ship had been struck and was about to explode. Upon that realization, Tizheng roared and shot up as he used his immense power to repel the shrapnel around him. Just when he tried to find out what had happened, he felt a violent force coming at him from all directions, which caused him to spray out a mouthful of blood. Even though the explosion was powerful, it couldn't possibly harm him. The reason he fell into such a state was that he had been interrupted while he was in a meditative state. These were no ordinary injuries as his small universe had been destabilized, so he couldn't be interrupted while trying to stabilize them. At that instant, he realized that the condition of his small universe had been exacerbated. Instead of healing, it had actually worsened. While Tizheng looked around in a dazed state, he saw a figure surrounded by demon qi come flying at him backwards. Martial Peak, Chapter 4379. This king is... The person was the only subordinate of Tizheng's that survived. It wasn't certain what kind of attack he had suffered from, but at this moment he was spraying out a mouthful of blood and tumbling through the void like a sack. "Sir, Black Crow set up an ambush," the person exclaimed. Black Crow? Tizheng was both shocked and infuriated. If he were in peak condition, he, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, naturally wouldn't be afraid of Black Crow. However, at this moment, his small universe was in an unstable state, so he wasn't able to battle against anyone. If he forcefully tried to stimulate his world force, there would be a risk his small universe would collapse, and the consequences would be dreadful. He felt resentful, thinking that Black Crow must be aware that he was in a terrible condition, so the latter seized the chance and attacked him. There was no doubt that Black Crow was a despicable person. After hesitating between fighting and fleeing for a moment, Tizheng gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Presently, Black Crow had many powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters working for him, and he himself was a master who had been reborn by seizing another's body, so he probably had a lot of dangerous methods at his disposal. It would be a foolish decision if Tizheng decided to stay, as he might lose his life here. At that moment, he felt completely vexed. If he hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have been oppressed by someone much weaker than him. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. While he was still lost in his thoughts, Tizheng suddenly heard a series of gentle thuds, then his entire figure shook as though something had penetrated his defense and reached for his vital points. Following a sharp pain, he realized that it was difficult for him to use his strength, and even his figure had stiffened. A hand had silently penetrated his body from behind and grasped his heart. Tizheng widened his eyes in fury as he was bound to the spot. With difficulty, he turned his head and saw a face that was covered with demon qi, then his expression darkened. The demon qi weltered and cleared away before a smiling but wicked-looking face was revealed. He was none other than Tizheng's only surviving subordinate. It was then Tizheng realized that he had been set up by his own subordinate, which was totally inconceivable to him. Certainly, he had figured out by now that Black Crow was nowhere near, and that it was this person who detonated the ship on his own. "What are you doing, Mo Sheng?" Tizheng asked in a grim voice. "Mo Sheng?" The man chuckled. "You're wrong. This king isn't Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng is long dead. This king is just using his body." "You took over his body?" Tizheng's face fell as he recalled something. Many years ago, a person named Mo Sheng suddenly came to Myriad Demon's Heaven and claimed that he was the sect's disciple. However, he accidentally fell into a sealed world and became trapped for many years. Right after he broke free from that place, he immediately returned to Myriad Demon's Heaven. However, since the incident took place too long ago, the records from that period were spotty at best, especially regarding a lower-level disciple. Nevertheless, they still found a document from over 100,000 years ago that had some information about Mo Sheng, thus confirming that he was indeed their disciple. In the past, he suddenly disappeared for no reason, and there had never been any news about him since. This was similar to the statement he had given. Moreover, his pure demon qi couldn't be faked, so Myriad Demon's Heaven accepted him in the end. When Mo Sheng returned to the sect at that time, he still wasn't an Open Heaven Realm Master, but his aptitude was excellent, so he managed to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven in just a few years. He was then assigned to work under Tizheng. Since they had to set up a locking divine spirit array this time, Tizheng decided to bring Mo Sheng with him. However, it never crossed his mind that he'd be harmed by this person instead of getting killed by Zhu Jiuyin. Tizheng's fury was burning within him as he widened his eyes and said through clenched teeth, "Who are you?" The person replied smilingly, "Do you want to know? I don't mind telling you." Then he sported a solemn expression and yelled, "This king is Wu Kuang, the one destined to conquer the 3,000 worlds and one day become its supreme ruler." Tizheng was so exasperated that he started laughing. You want to be the ruler of the 3,000 worlds? Ridiculous. He looked at Wu Kuang as though the latter was a lunatic. Usually, if he heard a fifth-order open heaven realm master say such a thing, he would have laughed out loud. Nevertheless, at this moment he didn't have the strength to do so. Wu Kuang chuckled and said, "You won't be able to find out whether I'm being ridiculous or not because you're going to die today. Don't even try to use your world force. This king's all-sealing needle is an ancient artifact. Once it's inserted into a person's body, it will seal off his small universe unless he's able to force it out. It seems that you're really severely wounded, otherwise, I wouldn't have stood a chance to succeed." Tizheng said grimly, "So what if you kill me? You want to become the ruler of the 3,000 worlds? That's a pretty ambitious goal. Why don't you release me and let this monarch lend you a hand instead?" His small universe was in chaos, so he was unable to surge his power to begin with. Now, his world force had even been restricted by Wu Kuang's all-sealing needle, so he was totally powerless to counterattack. Therefore, he was racking his brain to come up with a way to get himself out of danger. Wu Kuang sneered, "Do you think this king is a 3-year-old child who would believe such an empty promise? You'll kill me the moment I release you, am I right?" Tizheng said, "I can make a heart demon oath. As long as you release me, I'll never settle accounts with you. What's more, I can give you a lot of resources for cultivation. As a mere 5th-order open heaven cultivator, without my support, it will take you ages to reach the 7th order. However, things will be different with my backing. I can assure you that I'll help you ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm within 1,000 years as long as you have the necessary aptitude." Wu Kuang shook his head. 1,000 years is too long. Tizheng's face fell as he said, "How can you say that it's too long a time to go from the 5th order to the 7th order? Do you know how long it took this monarch to go from the 6th order to the 7th order?" "I'm not interested to find out anything about you," Wu Kuang scoffed. A pale Tizheng snapped, "Are you determined to kill me? Even if you kill me here, you won't get any benefits. Most of this monarch's assets have fallen into that brat Xianxia's hands, so what's the point of you doing this?" This was what puzzled Tizheng the most. Even though Wu Kuang had taken over Mo Sheng's body, Tizheng reckoned that he had been treating him well over the years as he rarely reproached him. What was Wu Kuang trying to do by taking such a huge risk to launch a sneak attack on him at this moment? "Your very existence is the biggest benefit for me, sir." Wu Kuang looked fervently at Tizheng as he licked his lips. "I've never tasted a 7th order open heaven realm master before. I'll enjoy it now, sir. Please do your best to persevere until the end." Following that, Tizheng suddenly felt a horrifying suction coming from the hand that was grasping his heart. Under the influence of this suction force, his blood essence and the heritage of his small universe uncontrollably streamed towards Wu Kuang. A horrified Tizheng widened his eyes and exclaimed, "The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture?" Soon, however, he shook his head and realized that it wasn't the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Even though he had never cultivated it before, thus not knowing the abstruseness of it, one of his disciples had comprehended some chapters of the scripture before. Therefore, Tizheng had some basic understanding of it. As far as he knew, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture was indeed an incredible secret art, but it could only be used to absorb blood essence. There was no way it could absorb the heritage of a person's small universe like what was happening now. Wu Kuang's secret art shared some similarities with Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture, but it seemed that his was even more powerful. "What kind of evil technique is this?" Tizheng asked in horror. "Heaven-devouring battle law." Wu Kuang seemed to be enjoying himself greatly, as though he was feasting on the most delectable delicacy in the world. Not only did he appear ecstatic, but his voice quivered in ecstasy. "It is the secret art that this king devised himself. How does it feel, sir?" Upon hearing that, Tizheng was flabbergasted. This person was an extraordinary genius to be able to create such a secret art. Just now, Tizheng scoffed at Wu Kuang for shamelessly boasting that he would conquer the entire 3,000 worlds and become its ruler. but now Tijing kind of believed him. A person who was able to devise such a secret art was bound to achieve great things in life. It was a shame that he had only ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, so the limitations of his future had been set in stone. Wonderful! Wu Kuang guffawed. A Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master tastes much better than those Fourth and Fifth Order Open Heaven realm cultivators. Sir, your power is sufficient for me to ascend to the Sixth Order. Many thanks for giving it to me. Upon hearing that, Tijing recalled that there were times when several of his subordinates and Wu Kuang went out to carry out some tasks, but some of his subordinates would be killed in the end and only a battered Wu Kuang managed to return. Tijing had only thought that they had come across some kind of danger, but now it seemed that his subordinates were actually killed by Wu Kuang. As he felt the foundation of his small universe leaving him like a flood, and he couldn't help but feel flustered even though he was usually a resolute person. It wasn't like he had never expected to die one day. There was no way a human could live forever, but this kind of death was simply too miserable. Presently, the all-sealing needle in his body had sealed off his small universe, which disallowed him to use his own power as he pleased. If he rashly surged his world force, his situation would probably exacerbate. Faced with this lunatic named Wu Kuang, Tijing realized that there was nothing he could do to deal with him. As his thoughts ran through his mind, he suddenly said through gritted teeth, "Since you want to devour this king's power, I'll give it all to you. Let's see how much you can absorb." Upon finishing his words, instead of trying to stop his strength from leaving his body, he did the opposite and cooperated. As he bore the excruciating pain, he attempted to force the all-sealing needle out of his body while frantically infusing the power of his small universe into Wu Kuang's body. Even though Wu Kuang's heaven-devouring battle law was an extremely evil art, he was just a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master. Therefore, he was still much weaker than a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master, and the capacity of his body and small universe was limited. If Tijing could push him over the edge, he might stand a chance to live. Surprisingly, Wu Kuang started laughing like a madman. "Many thanks, sir. Please give me all of your power." As he spoke, a layer of blood mist formed around his body, and even all his 7 orifices started bleeding. It was apparent that he had been impacted by Tijing's efforts. Upon seeing that, Tijing clenched his teeth and continued what he was doing to fight for a chance to survive. Martial Peak, Chapter 4380, Shadowless Cave Heaven. Half a day later, Tijing fell into a despairing state. Most of the foundation of his small universe was gone. Even if Wu Kuang stopped sucking his strength now, his cultivation would definitely regress, and it would take him countless years to restore it, if that was even possible. On the other hand, Wu Kuang had swollen significantly after absorbing so much power, now looking like a giant fatty. World force could be seen spurting out from his pores and bringing with it streams of blood, which formed a thick layer of blood mist around his body. It seemed that he would explode at any moment due to his inability to contain so much power, but in reality, he didn't seem to have the intention of stopping as he still madly used his heaven-devouring battle law to absorb Tijing's power. Furthermore, as time passed, Wu Kuang's aura increased rapidly. It had only been 7 or 8 years since Wu Kuang ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. This amount of time was normally only enough for a cultivator to stabilize his cultivation, but presently, Wu Kuang seemed to be at the peak of the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm as he was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough. Upon seeing that, Tijing was horrified. What kind of evil technique is this heaven-devouring battle law? Does it even allow him to rapidly increase his cultivation without any drawbacks? Without saying a word, Wu Kuang madly circulated his heaven-devouring battle law and greedily absorbed the last remnants of the Seventh Order cultivator's small universe. This kind of chance was extremely hard to come by. Even though he had done similar things before, the ones he targeted had always been Fourth and Fifth Order Open Heaven realm masters. Now that there was such a great chance, he certainly wouldn't want to miss it. In fact, it was all thanks to Xianxia that he managed to have this chance. If Yang Kai hadn't brought a mature divine spirit with him that severely injured Ti Zheng, Wu Kuang's sneak attack wouldn't have been successful. It never crossed his mind that Yang Kai would manage to cause such a massive stir in the 3,000 worlds just several decades after they separated, even becoming the Lord of Voidland. It was true that a talented person would never fall into oblivion wherever he went. 3 days later, Wu Kuang stopped circulating his secret technique and took a deep breath to suppress his weltering vitality. After 3 days of continuous absorption, he had swollen tremendously. From afar, he looked more like a balloon than a person. Blood was still streaming out of his 7 orifices as the blood mist swirled around him. However, his aura was already much stronger than when he started. There was no doubt that he had reached the peak of the 5th order open heaven realm. On the other hand, Ti Zheng's breathing was extremely weak. His gaze was listless and his figure had withered as his small universe had been completely drained. Presently, he was already on his last legs. Even if Wu Kuang decided not to kill him, he would soon die. "Do you have any last words?" Wu Kuang asked in a grim voice. Without saying a word, Ti Zheng stared fixedly at him. Wu Kuang nodded. "Farewell then, sir." Then he landed a palm on Ti Zheng, who exploded into dust and went with the wind. The fact that a 7th order open heaven realm master fell into such a state was truly miserable. After killing Ti Zheng, Wu Kuang immediately shot towards the depths of the shattered heaven. Soon he found a spirit province and snuck into it. Then he set up a number of spirit arrays that could conceal his presence and set the spirit province moving towards his destination. Following that, he sat down with his legs crossed and focused on refining the power he had just absorbed. He was extremely full now, so it would take him a long time before he could digest it all. When he stepped out of seclusion next, he would be a 6th order open heaven realm master. He was the one who had created the heaven-devouring battle law, and since he arrived at the 3,000 worlds, he had modified and improved it several times. With this heaven-defying secret art in his hands, he could just drain the powers of some open heaven realm masters to increase his cultivation, which was why he disregarded Ti Zheng's promise to him. Just like what Wu Kuang had said, 1,000 years was too long for him. If he wanted to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm, he just had to look for his own chances instead of waiting for others' help. Under the gray sky, there was a barren land that was filled with death chi. The principles and world force in this place seemed broken and incomplete. Is this the shadowless cave heaven? Presently, Yang Kai was standing on a barren mountain as he looked around with a frown. Compared to the blood monster cave heaven, the shadowless cave heaven was too dreary. Although the blood monster cave heaven was just a universe cave heaven, it had a lot of different biomes and sceneries. However, the shadowless cave heaven was extremely desolate as far as the eye could see, which puzzled Yang Kai greatly. This was the first place he landed after he passed through the void and entered the shadowless cave heaven. Since there was a portal, one should theoretically be able to go in as well as come out. However, after scanning his surroundings for a long time, Yang Kai was unable to detect any space principle fluctuations nearby, let alone find the entrance where he had just passed through. In other words, if he wanted to leave the shadowless cave heaven, he had to look for a different exit. Where's Proprietress? Yang Kai looked around but found nothing. Nevertheless, since the shadowless cave heaven was just a universe cave heaven, its landmass shouldn't be comparable to a true universe world. As long as Proprietress was here, he would find her one day. Before he even moved though, Yang Kai suddenly detected something and looked in a particular direction, only to see some figures rapidly approaching him. In the blink of an eye, they already reached him. There were 3 people in total. Their auras suggested that they were all open heaven realm masters, with the leading one being a middle-aged man in the 5th order, then there was a 4th order woman and a 3rd order young man. At first glance, they looked like they were a family of some kind. However, when a cultivator reached the open heaven realm, it was impossible to tell his age by looking at his appearance. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't be sure that they were indeed related. He was just trying to look for the proprietress when he came across these people, which elated him. Obviously, he had caused some disturbance when he entered this place, which attracted these people. Before Yang Kai could ask anything, the middle-aged man sized him up and asked, "Are you a newcomer?" Yang Kai saw no reason to deny it, so he simply nodded, "Yes." The middle-aged man said, "Judging from your aura, you seem to have just broken through." Yang Kai's aura was too conspicuous as he was unable to completely control it yet. Anyone who wasn't blind could easily tell that he was a newly promoted Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai nodded again, "Indeed." Such a shame. The middle-aged man shook his head while the woman and the young man behind him appeared sympathetic. It was truly miserable that Yang Kai had fallen into this place not long after he entered the Open Heaven Realm. After comparing their own experiences to Yang Kai's, they felt less frustrated now. At the very least, they only accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven many years after they entered the Open Heaven Realm. "What's your name, senior brother?" Yang Kai cupped his fist at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man replied, "Ma Tian Yuan." "So it is senior brother Ma." Yang Kai flashed a smile at him. "I'm new to this place, so I know nothing. Would it be all right if I ask you some questions?" A curious Ma Tian Yuan gazed at him and asked, "What do you want to know?" "I'm looking for 3 people," Yang Kai replied. "They arrived in this place half a year ago. 1 woman and 2 men. The woman is a 6th order master while the 2 men with her are in the 5th order. One of the men wears a big apron with a slaughter character on it while the other has a pair of arrogant-looking eyes that makes you want to punch him on sight." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Ma Tian Yuan narrowed his eyes while the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master woman and the 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Master young man exchanged glances. It seemed that the proprietress was indeed in the shadowless cave heaven. At the very least, Ma Tian Yuan and the others seemed to recognize her, chef, and accountant. If not, they wouldn't have reacted in such a way. "Ha! So, you're close to that madam, junior brother?" Ma Tian Yuan suddenly laughed. An elated Yang Kai asked, "Do you know where they are, senior brother Ma?" Ma Tian Yuan replied, I do. They're guests in our unrivaled guild which is not far away from this place. If you want to see them, this Ma can lead the way for you." A grateful Yang Kai said, "Many thanks, senior brother Ma. Don't mention it. That madam is unrivaled guild's honored guest. Since you're close to her, you're also our guest. This way please." Ma Tian Yuan extended his hand towards a particular direction. After thanking him one more time, Yang Kai followed him and afterwards was followed closely by the woman and the young man. On the way to their destination, Yang Kai asked curiously, "Senior brother Ma, it's my first day here, so I know nothing about this place. What kind of place is this unrivaled guild? Is it your great force?" Ma Tian Yuan replied, "I wouldn't dare to say that. The 3 leaders of Unrivaled Guild are all 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters while this Ma is only a 5th Order. I'm just someone who works for the leaders, so I wouldn't dare to say that Unrivaled Guild belongs to me." A shocked Yang Kai asked, "There are 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Unrivaled Guild." There were only 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in all of Voidland. Throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, it was rare for any second-class great force to have 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The woman couldn't help but add, Big Brother Ma was also a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the past. An astounded Yang Kai turned to look at Ma Tian Yuan. "Since you managed to reach the 6th Order, how did you end up in the 5th Order?" Ma Tian Yuan appeared dejected as he shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's a long story. You've just come to the shadowless cave heaven, so you have no idea about the environment here. You'll soon find out how dangerous this place is soon enough. By the way, how did you fall into this place?" "I came here looking for someone," Yang Kai replied. Upon hearing that, the 3 people sported awkward expressions. Ma Tian Yuan asked, "Are you looking for that madam?" Yang Kai nodded. Ma Tian Yuan tutade, "You've come all the way here to look for her? Do you know that no one has ever left this shadowless cave heaven before? Once you fall into this place, you'll never be able to escape. I did hear about that, Yang Kai nodded and put on a smile. However, I believe that as long as there's a will, we'll be able to find a way out. There was an admiring look on Ma Tianyuan's face. Those 3 people must be very important to you. Yang Kai smiled gently. That woman is called Yu He. She's is my elder sister, so she's certainly important to me. I see. Ma Tianyuan nodded upon hearing that. Yang Kai went on to say, Elder sister Yu He has done me a lot of favors. Without her support, I couldn't have achieved anything in this life. Ma Tianyuan praised him by saying, You're a righteous man who knows how to repay favors. This Ma is more than happy to become friends with someone like you. Why did you stop walking suddenly, junior brother? He was puzzled at the sight of Yang Kai stopping in his tracks all of a sudden. As their eyes met, Yang Kai looked smilingly at him with a meaningful gaze. That elder sister that I'm looking for is not named Yu He, Yang Kai said slowly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4381, You just became a 5th order. Ma Tianyuan asked with a frown, What do you mean, junior brother? Yang Kai replied with a faint smile, You said that the 3 of them are honored guests in your unrivaled guild, so it's impossible that you don't even know their names. You're a 5th order open heaven realm master, so you're supposed to hold an important position in your sect. The fact that you know nothing about them shows that they're not in your sect. As he spoke, Yang Kai's expression darkened. Since they're not in your sect, what are you trying to achieve by luring me to that place? Ma Tianyuan explained, You misunderstand, junior brother. That madam is indeed a guest in our sect, but it's the 3 chiefs who received her, so this Ma doesn't know her name. Is there still a need to hide anything at this point? Yang Kai shot him a cold glare, cutting him off. After a moment of silence, Ma Tianyuan sighed and said, Since you've already realized it, this Ma will drop the pretense. That's right. That madam is not in unrivaled guild. Where is she? Yang Kai demanded. Ma Tianyuan shook his head. I don't know. Half a year ago, I did meet those 3. The 3 chiefs wanted to invite her to join unrivaled guild, but she refused and left with her people. I don't know where she is now. However, I heard that the people from Profound Yang Mountain are trying to hunt them down. Perhaps they've been captured by now. There's also a possibility that they're dead. Profound Yang Mountain? Yang Kai arched his brow. Ma Tianyuan explained, There are 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Profound Yang Mountain, Unrivaled Guild, and Twin Spirit Island. Each great force has several 6th order open heaven realm masters, and we usually don't interfere in each other's affairs. Why do those from Profound Yang Mountain want to hunt them down? Yang Kai asked. Ma Tianyuan replied, There are rarely any newcomers in the shadowless cave heaven. The environment in this place is hostile and it lacks all cultivation resources. Therefore, every newcomer will be asked to join one of the forces and hand over their cultivation resources. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai said, Is this the reason you want to take me to unrivaled guild? Ma Tianyuan nodded frankly. That's right. Although you've just entered the 5th order open heaven realm, you must have some resources with you. Once you join unrivaled guild, your things will be ours. Your friends are pretty powerful, so they should have some good things on them. Hence, it is expected that they are being targeted by those from Profound Yang Mountain. Furthermore, the 2nd Mountain Lord is a lascivious man, and that madam is quite alluring. It isn't surprising that he'd lust after her. Profound Yang Mountain, Yang Kai sneered. The proprietress was in the 6th order open heaven realm, and after many years of accumulation, she had reached its peak. Basically, the only reason she wasn't breaking through to the 7th order was due to her heart demon oath. On the other hand, chef and accountant were newly promoted 5th order masters. Even though the people from Profound Yang Mountain were powerful, they probably couldn't harm the proprietress. Therefore, she should be safe for now. The most important thing for Yang Kai now was to look for them. Ma Tianyuan went on to explain, Junior brother, I'm inviting you to Unrivaled Guild not entirely for your resources. I'm also doing this for your own good. Yang Kai scoffed, that's a pretty novel statement. Ma Tianyuan said, the shadowless cave heaven is a hostile place. If you don't join one of the three great forces, you won't be able to survive. Yang Kai asked, why is that? Ma Tianyuan shook his head, apparently not wanting to explain. You'll find out what I mean after you stay here for some time. If you don't believe me, you can ask them whether this Ma is lying. The Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm woman sighed and said, Senior Brother Ma is right. If you don't join one of the three great forces, you'll probably lose your life within a few years. This mistress suffered a setback when she fell into the shadowless cave heaven. It took me a long time before I recovered. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai snorted. Although the woman appeared sincere and didn't seem to be lying, these three were from the same sect in the end. There was no guarantee that they hadn't come up with a fabricated story beforehand, so Yang Kai wouldn't readily believe her. Ma Tianyuan continued trying to persuade him. In comparison, joining Unrivaled Guild is the best option because you only have to contribute 60% of your resources, meaning you get to keep 40%. If you join Profound Yang Mountain or Twin Spirit Island, you'll have to give up 70 to 80%. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not interested in joining your Unrivaled Guild. The only reason I've come all the way here is to look for my friends. Ma Tianyuan said grimly, what's the point of you being obstinate, junior brother? You've just broken through, and your aura isn't even stable yet, so this Ma doesn't want to make a move on you. Therefore, you'd better comply. Yang Kai shot him a glance. What if I say no? After a sigh, Ma Tianyuan said, resources are scarce in this damned place. In order to cultivate, I have no choice but to offend you even if you say no. Don't worry, junior brother. This Ma isn't a ruthless person. As long as you're not too stubborn, I won't kill you. Yang Kai chuckled, I will spare your life as thanks for your consideration. Ma Tianyuan's expression darkened. It seems that you won't cry until you see your coffin. He waved his hand and bellowed, make your move then. As soon as he finished his words, he pushed his hand out at Yang Kai. A thick world force blasted out from his palm as though the pressure of an entire world descended upon the latter. Meanwhile, the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm woman and the Third Order Open Heaven Realm young man used their secret techniques at the same time and attacked Yang Kai. It was apparent that Ma Tianyuan didn't have the intention of killing Yang Kai, otherwise, he could have directly summoned his artifact. He was originally a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but due to some unfortunate events in the shadowless cave heaven, his cultivation regressed to the Fifth Order. Despite that, he was still one of the top cultivators in the same order. Faced with a newly promoted Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai, he didn't need to go all out. There was a stark difference between the amount of time they had spent accumulating strength, so their heritages were naturally dissimilar. Confronted by three powerful Open Heaven Masters, Yang Kai would have fled in the past. Although he had killed a number of low-rank Open Heaven Masters, he had to exert all his strength and resort to his divine manifestation Golden Crow casts the sun each time he did so, to say nothing of the fact that he was faced with three Open Heaven Realm Masters at this moment, one of them in the Fifth Order. However, things were different now. Presently, he was also a Fifth Order Open Heaven Masters, but he was different from others in this realm. After his small universe formed in his body, he also merged it with his small sealed world. The small sealed world had devoured a lot of the fragments from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and digested that heritage. In other words, some of the heritage from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had turned into the capital of Yang Kai's small universe. Furthermore, Yang Kai wanted to test the limits of his new strength. Therefore, instead of fearing these three, Yang Kai's fighting spirit had been ignited as his eyes turned fervent. Assuming a combat stance, his small universe began exuding world force, and with a wave of his arm, two moon blades shot out. Both gigantic moon blades contained a rich world force as they clashed with the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm woman and the Third Order Open Heaven Realm young man. At that instant, two people were heard screaming as the woman and the young man were sent flying away while spraying blood. The woman was in a better condition as only her clothes were cut open, revealing a patch of her fair skin. On the other hand, the young man was severely injured as he was almost cut in two. However, this kind of injury wasn't lethal to an open heaven realm master, so he just needed some time to recuperate. Yang Kai easily broke through their blockade with a wave of his hand. Ma Tianyuan was stunned as he hadn't expected Yang Kai to still be capable of dispatching his subordinates under his pressure. At that moment, he felt both ashamed and furious as the world force on his palm thickened. After turning around, Yang Kai pushed out his palm. Following a loud boom, both of them staggered backwards. It wasn't until they moved back nearly 300 meters that they managed to stabilize themselves. Upon trading moves, they realized that they were equally matched. Across from Yang Kai, Ma Tianyuan narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Was the person before his eyes really a new fifth-order open heaven realm master? When their palms came into contact earlier, Ma Tianyuan could feel that the other party's world force was just as rich and powerful as his, and the outcome of the exchange proved that. But how could that be? He had fallen from the sixth order to the fifth order, so throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, there shouldn't be anyone in the fifth order open heaven realm that was a match for him. However, the young man before his eyes was. Did you really just break through to the fifth order open heaven realm? Ma Tianyuan asked in horror and disbelief. Indeed, Yang Kai took a deep breath as he was drowned in an indescribable feeling of joy. Was this the power of the open heaven realm? He felt as if he could draw on an infinite power from his small universe. It was as though he was able to tear the world apart simply by raising his hand. Meanwhile, Ma Tianyuan was still in disbelief. Nevertheless, Yang Kai's aura fluctuated conspicuously, so it was apparent that he had indeed just achieved an ascension. Otherwise, he would be able to control his own aura. He was already so powerful just after breaking through, so what heights would he achieve in the future if he was given enough time? The notion terrified Ma Tianyuan. How can someone so extraordinary exist in this world? You haven't fully used your power, right? Yang Kai grinned at him. While Ma Tianyuan sported a solemn expression, Yang Kai went on to say, "What a coincidence. I haven't fully used all my strength either. You should probably stop holding back, otherwise, you might get hurt." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai shot forward and directly appeared in front of Ma Tianyuan. The next moment, Ma Tianyuan felt an immense world force pressing against him, and when he lifted his gaze, he saw a palm flying at his chest. An infuriated Ma Tianyuan roared and no longer dared to hold back, fully mobilizing the strength of his small universe, pouring out as much world force as he could. Hong hong hong. Explosive sounds were heard as the surrounding space shook. Immense world force permeated the region as two figures clashed, stirring up a great storm. Sometimes they met in the sky, sometimes on the ground. Mountains collapsed around them as fissures opened in the ground. Wonderful! Wonderful! Yang Kai's expression was like that of a madman as he cried out in excitement. He thrust out his palms in quick succession in order to vent the joy he felt in his heart. Ma Tianyuan was shocked by how crazy Yang Kai appeared, thinking that the young man was some kind of battle maniac who only wished to fight until one of them died. At this moment he was caught in a dilemma. Faced with the storm of attacks, he had no choice but to fight back with everything he had or he would be seriously wounded. Martial Peak, Chapter 4382, The Wind is Coming. After trading more than 100 moves, Ma Tianyuan felt his small universe begin to shake. Meanwhile, the world force coming from the other party increasingly thickened with every move, like there wasn't an upper limit to his output. Flabbergasted, Ma Tianyuan didn't dare to hold back anything. He began using his secret techniques and even summoned his fifth-order artifact. Despite that, he realized that he was still no match for the other party. Is this guy really human? A horrified Ma Tianyuan speculated that Yang Kai wasn't a newly promoted fifth-order open heaven realm master at all. He had never seen any new fifth-order master who possessed such immense power. This young man must have spent hundreds if not 1,000 years of accumulation in his current order. The aura he exposed must have just been a camouflage. What a devious man! Although Ma Tianyuan was utterly vexed, he had to admit that his opponent was truly incredible. Despite the fact that he had fallen from the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he had the confidence to defeat or at least match anyone in the Fifth Order. However, not only had he come across such an opponent on this day, but he was even at a disadvantage. This had never happened to him before. Stop! Ma Tianyuan bellowed after trading one more move with his opponent. Due to the scarcity of resources in the shadowless cave heaven, unnecessary fights were pointless as it would only increase one's consumption of power. When the people in this place came across one another, they wouldn't make a move if there wasn't a need for it. Therefore, upon realizing that Yang Kai was so powerful, Ma Tianyuan decided to stop fighting. However, Yang Kai ignored him. It was the first time he bumped into an opponent in the same order since he broke through to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, which was why he wanted to test out his power. In fact, he hadn't used any secret techniques after his initial 2 moon blades and had merely been drawing out the power of his small universe to battle against his opponent. He wanted to make use of this battle to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. While they were locked in an intense battle, the woman and young man watched in horror from the side. They were respectively in the 4th and 3rd order, but they were easily defeated by their opponent in the opening moments of the battle. Furthermore, they were totally powerless to intervene in the current fight. Such a fierce battle seemed to have surpassed the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Perhaps it wasn't far from a battle between Sixth Order masters. All of a sudden, the woman sported a solemn expression and scanned her surroundings. Then she yelled at Ma Tianyuan, "The wind is coming, senior brother Ma." Ma Tianyuan, who was already exhausted from dealing with Yang Kai, appeared horrified upon hearing that. Hurriedly, he made a feint in an attempt to withdraw from the battlefield. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't grant his wish. Such an intense battle was able to help him rapidly stabilize his cultivation, which was greatly beneficial to him. Upon seeing that Yang Kai was relentless, a shocked and furious Ma Tianyuan bellowed, "The wind is coming. Stop right now." A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "What wind?" Judging from Ma Tianyuan's tone and the woman's expression, Yang Kai reckoned that this wind must be unusual. That was because the 3 of them sported terrified expressions as though they were truly afraid of what was coming. However, Yang Kai was a newcomer to the shadowless cave heaven, so he had no idea what this wind was. Ma Tianyuan was resentful of him, so he wasn't willing to explain anything to him and simply said through clenched teeth, "You'll soon experience what kind of wind it is." After he finished his words, the artifact in his hand suddenly shone brightly. As he infused all of his power into the artifact, he attempted to smash it down on Yang Kai's head. There was no doubt that Ma Tianyuan had exerted all of his force with this attack, so Yang Kai wouldn't dare to meet it head-on and quickly dodged to the side. Seizing the chance, Ma Tianyuan leaped away and yelled, "Run!" Following this, he rushed in a particular direction. The woman took a long glance at Yang Kai before she supported the young man's weight and fled in the same direction. Yang Kai frowned and looked at their retreating figures without any intention to pursue them. Then he looked down at his hands and slowly balled up his fists. If he had this kind of power back then, he wouldn't have to hide and only make use of 9 heavenly layers grand array to fend off his enemies, which was all he could do when the 100 Sects Alliance attacked Voidland. If he had this kind of power at that time, he wouldn't have been powerless to counterattack when he was besieged by Shen Liang and Jiang Yunshan from Heavenly Sword Union just outside of Void territory. Presently, he finally had power of his own. In the 3,000 worlds, a person would never be regarded as important if they weren't even an Open Heaven Realm Master. The starting point of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm was a letdown as he had spent many years trying to directly become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. However, instead of endlessly waiting for a dream that might not even come true, the power in his hands now was far more real. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't regret the decision he had made. If the battle earlier went on, Yang Kai had the confidence to kill Ma Tianyuan even though he would be slightly injured as a cost. Nevertheless, There was no blood feud between them, so it wasn't necessary for Yang Kai to be so merciless. However, after the battle, he had a more direct understanding of his current strength. Just then, he felt a breeze whisking across his face like an invisible hand fiddling with his hair. Wind was indeed blowing. Yang Kai carefully inspected the wind but didn't find anything strange about it, so he wondered why Ma Tianyuan and the others appeared terrified just now. At the mention of the wind, all of their expressions changed drastically, and Ma Tianyuan had chosen to trade injuries with him to create an opening to withdraw. As Yang Kai shook his head, he identified a direction and stepped forward. Ma Tianyuan had met the proprietress and the others, but he had no idea where they were now. On the other hand, the people from Profound Yang Mountain were hunting them down. Yang Kai had a feeling that he could find some clues by heading to Profound Yang Mountain and asking them about it. Nevertheless, he had no idea where Profound Yang Mountain was. At that moment, he regretted that he hadn't asked Ma Tianyuan and the others about its location first. The wind was rapidly intensifying. It was still a breeze just a moment ago, but now, a gale lifted all the sand into the air, which made it impossible for Yang Kai to see clearly. It was then he realized why the shadowless cave heaven was so desolate. Given such a hostile environment, it would be strange if this place was fertile. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just a regular storm, but the problem was that the wind was extremely strange as it was able to sneak into a person's flesh, which made him feel an excruciating pain all over his body, as though he had been repeatedly cut with countless knives. Besides that, the wind could even penetrate his small universe. It was only as Yang Kai checked on his small universe that his expression changed as he realized that the wind had caused the place to descend into chaos. Even the foundation of his small universe was being damaged by this gale. At that instant, he was dumbfounded as he couldn't believe there was such horrifying wind in this world. Then, he recalled that the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm woman had mentioned that Ma Tianyuan was originally a Sixth Order master, but due to some unfortunate events, he regressed to the Fifth Order. It seemed that the incidents must have something to do with this strange wind. Not only was this wind excruciatingly painful, but it was also able to grind down an Open Heaven Realm master's small universe, draining their world force and damaging their foundation. It wouldn't matter if this only happened once or twice, but if a person had to endure this repeatedly, the heritage of their small universe would be permanently weakened, and their order would drop. That should be how Ma Tianyuan fell to the Fifth Order. Moreover, this was just the beginning. As time passed, the gale intensified to the point where Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be negligent. Quickly summoning his Azure Dragon Spear, he dug a deep hole in an attempt to seek refuge underground. However, it was futile. Even though he dove several thousand meters below the surface, the wind seemed almost immaterial and penetrated the earth, infiltrating his small universe in the process. It seemed that there was nowhere in the shadowless cave heaven that was safe from this wind. Of course, there must be places in the shadowless cave heaven where one could evade the wind, otherwise, all the Open Heaven Realm masters in this place would have been killed following the collapse of their small universes. At the very least, the places where the three great forces were based must be safe zones. The gale didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Even though Yang Kai was trying his best to resist underground, his efforts proved useless. He could only bear this unspeakable pain while praying that the eerie wind would soon pass. The wind disappeared as abruptly as it came, vanishing an hour later. When Yang Kai climbed out of the hole he had dug, he was completely battered. Not only was his hair a mess, but his skin was also covered in cuts. These flesh wounds didn't matter as he could recover quickly given the resilience of his physique. However, the loss of heritage in his small universe pained his heart. The environment in the small universe didn't change as the sun and the moon still moved cyclically. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could detect that the heritage in his small universe had been reduced by about 10%. In other words, if he came across the same kind of wind 10 times, his small universe would destabilize and collapse, killing him. The immense loss pained him more than the injuries on his body. It would take him a very long time before he could restore this 10%. In other words, the gale had wiped away years of hard cultivation. What was that wind? Why was it so strange? After stuffing a handful of open heaven pills into his mouth, Yang Kai carefully examined his small universe. It was the first time he refined open heaven pills since he ascended to the open heaven realm. As the pills dissolved in his stomach, the medicinal efficacies streamed into all his organs and turned into world force, which was used to replenish the heritage of his small universe. A handful of pills were fully refined after just a few breaths, which astounded Yang Kai. It was no wonder that open heaven realm masters required a lot of cultivation resources. Given this rate, he was able to refine more than 10,000 open heaven pills in a day, several 100,000 pills in a month, and 3 to 4 million pills in a year. The calculation made was based on the fact that he was in the 5th order open heaven realm. How many pills would he need when he ascended to the 6th order or the 7th order? How long would it take before he could achieve an ascension if he merely relied on refining open heaven pills? How many pills would be used in the process? Yang Kai didn't dare to keep thinking about it as that number must be astronomical. Yang Kai initially thought that the open heaven pills he had accumulated in Voidland were sufficient, but now it seemed that he was very wrong. After all, when the great emperors and the cultivators from the star boundary ascended to the open heaven realm, they would need massive amounts of open heaven pills to keep cultivating. It was no wonder that open heaven realm masters had a thirst for cultivation resources, as it was just too slow to refine open heaven pills. It would be much faster to refine cultivation resources of different orders, but that would require a lot of money as well. However, if a person was wealthy, they probably wouldn't mind this. In comparison, it was much better to strengthen the heritage of one's small universe by refining cultivation resources than open heaven pills. Martial Peak, Chapter 4383, Shadowless Astral Wind. Yang Kai refined open heaven pills while examining his small universe. The eerie gale had caused his small universe to descend into chaos. All of a sudden, he became startled for a moment before he zoomed in on a particular place in his small universe. That was the place where the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation was located. It was a gigantic ancient tree. The area around the gargantuan tree that was covered by the tree crown was totally undamaged. Yang Kai couldn't see any traces left behind by the gale. It was as though the eerie wind was blocked by something around this area. Yang Kai frowned and carefully examined other areas in his small universe. He could confirm that all other places were damaged by the wind except for this place. That discovery made his gaze brighten as he thought that his towering evergreen might be able to fend off the effects of the wind, which was why this area was completely undamaged. Unfortunately, he didn't pay attention to this area when the gale was torturing him, otherwise, he could have intently observed it. He could only wait for the wind to strike again before he could test his speculation. If his theory was correct, he would have a way to protect himself in the shadowless cave heaven. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about his small universe being damaged when the wind struck. After pulling himself together, Yang Kai set off. He had no idea where profound Yang Mountain was, but he reckoned that he would find out about it if he came across others. Ma Tianyuan had said that there were 3 main great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, and all cultivators belonged to one of them. That was because a cultivator wouldn't be able to survive if he or she refused to join one of the great forces. Perhaps everyone had gone into hiding due to the wind just now, because as Yang Kai moved forward, he didn't bump into anyone. Half a day later, he finally saw 2 figures passing by from the corner of his eye. Hurriedly, Yang Kai charged forward and raced after them. When the 2 people detected Yang Kai's presence, they immediately stopped in their tracks and turned around with vigilance, preparing for a fight. Yang Kai landed on a spot in front of them and sized them up before discovering that both of them were in the 4th order open heaven realm. One of them looked rough while the other was tall. As soon as they sensed Yang Kai's 5th order open heaven realm aura, they put up their guard and the rough-looking man bellowed, "Who are you? Why did you run after us?" "Don't panic. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to ask for directions." Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile. The 2 of them traded glances, then the rough-looking man asked with an awkward expression, Where do you want to go? Xianxia asked, Where is Profound Yang Mountain? The rough-looking man appeared to be in disbelief. You don't know where Profound Yang Mountain is? The other man seemed cleverer as he figured out something and secretly spoke to his companion. It was only then that the rough-looking man realized something and asked, Have you just arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, senior brother? Only newcomers would be clueless about the location of Profound Yang Mountain. That's right. Xianxia nodded. I accidentally fell into this place and heard that there are 3 great forces. There's no doubt that Profound Yang Mountain is the strongest, so I'd like to join it, but I don't know where it's located. That's why I want to ask you about it. I'm sorry if I've offended you in any way. Upon hearing that, the rough-looking man guffawed. I see. I thought you were going to rob us. You're right. Of the 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Profound Yang Mountain is the best. We have 4 great mountain lords, all of whom are 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The first mountain lord is even just 1 step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Unrivaled Guild only has 3 6th Orders while Twin Spirit Island has 2. They're not even worth comparing to our Profound Yang Mountain. Xianxia's gaze brightened when he heard that. Are you 2 from Profound Yang Mountain? He had never expected that the first people he bumped into would be from Profound Yang Mountain. After giving it a thought though, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. There were only 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven. Since he had met the people from Unrivaled Guild, it was expected that he'd also chance upon people from Profound Yang Mountain. The rough-looking man sported a modest smile. That's right. An elated Xianxia said, What a coincidence. Would it be all right for you to lead me to Profound Yang Mountain? Of course, if it's not convenient for you, you can just tell me the directions and I'll go over there myself. The rough-looking man exchanged glances with his companion and secretly communicated with him before nodding. We don't have any important tasks to attend to anyway. Since senior brother is willing to join Profound Yang Mountain, I believe that the mountain lords will welcome you. We'll lead you to the headquarters now. A 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was considered fairly powerful in the shadowless cave heaven, so any great force would welcome him. Moreover, a newcomer would have to hand over a large portion of his resources. When that happened, they would get some rewards for bringing Xianxia to the sect. That was also the reason Ma Tianyuan wanted to lure Xianxia to Unrivaled Guild. Many thanks. Xianxia cupped his fists with gratitude. The rough-looking man laughed and said, Don't mention it, senior brother. If you join Profound Yang Mountain, we'll be one family. Both of us are weak, so you have to take care of us in the future. Good, Xianxia replied with a smile. Then, they identified the direction and headed straight to Profound Yang Mountain. As a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Xianxia seemed pretty easygoing, so the 2 men wanted to befriend him. Therefore, they had a pleasant chat on the way to their destination. The 2 of them were biological brothers whose surname was Wei. As they spoke, they implicitly asked about Xianxia's background. Xianxia was being frank as he mentioned that he was from Voidland. While treasure hunting in the Shattered Heaven, he accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven. Voidland was a very new great force while these people had lived in the shadowless cave heaven for years, so they knew nothing about the place Xianxia was from. As such, they were unable to figure out whether Xianxia was speaking the truth. However, regardless of one's background, it was useless in the shadowless cave heaven. There was once a disciple from one of the cave heavens who fell into this place and thought himself superior to others, but he ended up in a miserable state. Perhaps he was secretly killed by one of the top cultivators here. Xianxia's aura suggested that he was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master while the Wei brothers were only in the 4th Order, which was why they were polite to him. There came a moment when Xianxia thought that it was the right time to ask about the wind. By the way, I came across a strange gale in this damned place half a day ago. What was that? Why was I still unable to avoid it even though I dove several thousand meters below ground? At the mention of the eerie wind, the Wei brothers couldn't help but shudder. The older brother Wei gazed at him with an awkward expression and asked, You snuck into the ground in order to avoid the wind, senior brother Yang? Yes. The Wei brothers exchanged glances and seemed to take a stroll down memory lane. Then, the older brother Wei burst into laughter. That was what we did in the past, but it was totally useless. The wind is unavoidable. Not only can it reach underground, but it also blows into our small universes. We suffered immense losses because of that. Yang Kai repeatedly nodded. That was what happened to me. My small universe is in a mess now. The younger brother Wei added, since you're a newcomer, it's expected that you know nothing about it. We call that strange wind shadowless astral wind, but no one knows what it actually is. The wind is able to penetrate essentially any kind of barrier to reach every point in the shadowless cave heaven. Only a few special spots are safe from it. You can't avoid the wind anywhere else. The older brother Wei said, these places are the headquarters of the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven. The location of profound Yang Mountain is the biggest one. Whenever the shadowless astral wind comes, all of us have to avoid it. Otherwise, we suffer big losses. Upon that realization, Yang Kai nodded. It's no wonder that the person I came across earlier told me that we're unable to survive in the shadowless cave heaven if we don't join one of the three great forces. The older brother Wei nodded repeatedly. True. Without shelter, a person will lose all the heritage in his or her small universe due to the wind, and once their small universe collapses, they'll die. A worried Yang Kai asked, are only the headquarters of the three great forces safe from the wind in the shadowless cave heaven? In that case, the proprietress and the others were probably in a terrible state right now. It had been 1 year since they fell into the shadowless cave heaven, so they must have experienced the astral wind many times, which would certainly have a negative impact on their small universes. The younger brother Wei shook his head. Not exactly. There are some smaller places where one can take refuge from the wind, but they can't accommodate a lot of people. The older brother Wei followed up. To be honest with you, even the headquarters of the three great forces are not completely immune to the shadowless astral wind. It's just that the impact is less severe when we hide inside those places. Even though there are other shelters, none of them are as good as the headquarters of the three great forces. To the side, the younger brother Wei nodded in agreement. Yang Kai arched his brow. It seems that we're really unable to survive if we don't join one of the three great forces. That's right. Yang Kai looked away and asked, has no one survived over the years while not being in one of the three great forces? There are none. You had a taste of shadowless astral wind earlier, senior brother Yang. Even though you're a fifth-order open heaven realm master, how many times do you think you can endure it? The younger brother Wei muttered, I remember that there are 3 people who are outside of the 3 great forces now. I wonder how they're doing. 3 people? Yang Kai appeared shocked. Who are they? Why are they not part of the 3 great forces? The younger brother Wei took a glance at his older brother, not knowing whether he should talk about it. After a moment of hesitation, the older brother Wei reasoned, senior brother Yang is going to join profound Yang Mountain, so there's no reason we can't tell him. It was then the younger brother Wei continued, senior brother Yang, you said you want to join profound Yang Mountain, but do you know our rules? Please tell me about them. If you join profound Yang Mountain, you can stay in the great force when the wind comes to prevent being harmed. However, cultivation resources in the shadowless cave heaven are very scarce, so every newcomer has to hand over 80% of their cultivation resources upon joining. I did hear something like that. Yang Kai nodded. It was then the younger brother Wei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that other great forces must have attempted to lure Yang Kai to join them, but he had turned them down. It wasn't until he had a taste of shadowless astral wind that he decided to join profound Yang Mountain. Martial Peak, Chapter 4384, None of them can fight. In fact, the same thing happened to the Wei brothers in the past. After all, no one was willing to hand over a large part of their own resources to someone else. However, once a newcomer had a taste of the shadowless astral wind, They would be eager to join one of the three great forces without anyone luring them, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the shadowless cave heaven. As the Wei brothers recalled the past, they put on bitter smiles. After pulling himself together, the younger brother Wei continued, "There were 2 men and 1 woman. All of them are fairly powerful. The woman was in the 6th order open heaven realm, while the men were in the 5th order. When they arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, they happened to land on a place just outside of Profound Yang Mountain. The mountain lords noticed them and attempted to make them join our great force. The second mountain lord even promised the woman that she would become the 5th mountain lord. However, she turned down the offer." The 5th mountain lord? Why did the woman turn down such a good offer? Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. The younger brother Wei explained with a helpless smile. "In fact, our second mountain lord has a problem. It's that he's very lascivious. The woman is alluring, and she's as powerful as the second mountain lord. Therefore, he declared that the woman needed to be his partner before she could become the 5th mountain lord in Profound Yang Mountain. Perhaps the woman was from a powerful background, so she was rather hot-tempered. After an argument, she got into a fight with the second mountain lord." "What happened next?" Yang Kai asked. Although the woman was powerful, she was unable to fight against so many people on her own. There are 4 6th order open heaven realm masters in Profound Yang Mountain, so it was expected that she was no match for them. The mountain lords joined forces and injured her, but she managed to flee in the end. The second mountain lord was so furious that he hunted them down for a while, but to no avail. Even though Yang Kai was furious, he pretended to be nonchalant. The older brother Wei continued, "They won't let that woman off. Although she was powerful, the mountain lords could have prevented her from fleeing if they went all out. However, the shadowless cave heaven is different from the outside world as resources are scarce here. No one is willing to make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. That's because fighting consumes a lot of power. If the mountain lords wanted to make the woman stay at that time, they would have had to pay a hefty price. That was why they let her go." The younger brother Wei nodded his head. "A long time has passed since that incident. I guess the second mountain lord is about to make a move. Even if those 3 were able to find a shelter, their strength must have been weakened by now as they had to constantly resist the shadowless astral wind. Certainly, the second mountain lord will be able to easily defeat them now." Yang Kai asked, "Do you know where the 3 of them are now?" The older brother Wei gave him a weird look. "Why are you asking this question, senior brother Yang?" Yang Kai put on a faint smile. "Just curious." The unsuspecting older brother Wei shook his head and replied, "We don't know where they are now, but the second mountain lord should be aware of it." Then he pointed at the front. "Profound Yang Mountain is over there. It's the second mountain lord who is in charge this month, so I'll bring you to meet him first. After you join Profound Yang Mountain, we can have a proper chat." "Many thanks," Yang Kai nodded. There were more than 10 mountains in Profound Yang Mountain. Looking from afar, one could see many palaces scattered around the mountains, and quite a number of cultivators were seen moving about. The people who could enter the shadowless cave heaven were all open heaven realm masters. On the way to their destination, some people would greet the Wei brothers and inquire about Yang Kai's background. The Wei brothers were completely honest with them, and upon hearing their explanation, these people appeared envious. That was because Yang Kai was brought to Profound Yang Mountain by the Wei brothers. After he handed over 80% of his resources, the Wei brothers would also get a handsome reward. Certainly, these people were envious of them for getting such benefits. Soon, they reached a peak where there was a majestic grand hall. One could even hear some flirtatious and playful voices coming from inside. Upon reaching the entrance, one of the Wei brothers spoke up, "Please wait for me here, senior brother Yang. I'll inform the second mountain lord about your visit." Yang Kai nodded and waited patiently. The older brother Wei entered the grand hall, and just a moment later, he stepped out and said to Yang Kai, "The second mountain lord is ready to meet you. Please come with me, senior brother Yang." As soon as Yang Kai followed the Wei brothers into the grand hall, he caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance and felt a rather decadent aura. Looking up, he saw a lot of women's clothes scattered around on the ground, which also included some undergarments. At the other end of the grand hall, there was a rather soft-looking man lying on a huge chair, surrounded by 7 or 8 women in revealing clothes. These women were wearing different styles of clothing, and they were each beautiful in their own unique way. There was a woman who squatted in front of him and helped him massage his calves. There was also a woman who let the man lie on her thighs and rubbed his temples. Another woman was seen sipping some wine into her mouth and then passing it into the man's mouth. The sight was extremely licentious. These women were barely covered as a large part of their skin was exposed. When the Wei brothers and Yang Kai stepped into the place, the women turned to look at them with their alluring eyes. Be it Ma Tianyuan or the Wei brothers, they all said that the second mountain lord from profound Yang Mountain was a lascivious man. It seemed that it was indeed the case. The women around him were all open heaven realm masters ranging from the 3rd order to the 5th order. After the Wei brothers entered the grand hall, they hung their heads low and stared at their feet while Yang Kai looked fixedly at the man. As their eyes met, the soft-looking man curved his lips into a wicked smile. While he remained lying on the chair, he wandered his hand around one of the women, which caused her to moan incessantly. "You want to join profound Yang Mountain?" The man asked impassively. "Are you the second mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain?" Yang Kai questioned him instead. The man put on a faint smile. "This king is second mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain, Yun Fei Bai. Half a year ago, a woman and 2 men arrived at this place. Were you the one who injured that woman?" Yang Kai asked. Yun Fei Bai narrowed his eyes and shot Yang Kai a meaningful glance. To the side, the Wei brothers realized that something was off as they turned to gaze at Yang Kai. The older brother Wei pulled Yang Kai's sleeve and secretly spoke to him. "Why are you asking this question, senior brother Yang?" An unfazed Yang Kai stared fixedly at Yun Fei Bai. "Is it true?" Yun Fei Bai retracted his hand and slowly sat up before glaring at the Wei brothers. Faced with the stern stare, the brothers were immediately drenched in cold sweat as they felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. Then, Yun Fei Bai turned to look at Yang Kai and replied smilingly, "She was hurt by this king. She should feel honored that I was interested in her, but she couldn't appreciate my kindness. This king had no choice but to harm her a little. What's wrong? Do you know her?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "She's my proprietress." Yun Fei Bai said, "In that case, you're not here to join profound Yang Mountain. What's the purpose of your visit?" Yang Kai flashed a grin at him. "Since you've hurt proprietress, I'm here to return the favor." Yun Fei Bai became startled for a moment before he pressed his palms together and guffawed. "You? Retaliate against me?" Then he sized Yang Kai up. "You've just entered the 5th order, right? Why are you making a scene here in profound Yang Mountain instead of strengthening your own cultivation? Are you sick of living?" He paused for a moment. "Good. This king was preparing to deal with that slut in a few days. Since you've come all the way here, I'll capture you and then look for her. I believe that she's important to you, which is why you're so concerned about her. You should make a good bargaining chip." "You want to capture me? Let's see if you're capable of doing that." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he unleashed his 5th order open heaven realm aura and like a flood dragon leaving the ocean, he charged at Yun Fei Bai. The Wei brothers beside him were forced to stagger back from the impact while Yun Fei Bai remained seated while giving Yang Kai a disdainful look. "You dare!" One of the women who leaned against the man yelled and raised her hand before pushing her palm towards Yang Kai. The woman was a fairly powerful cultivator in the 5th order open heaven realm. Clad in very thin clothing, her precious places were exposed while she made a move. Any man who saw this would feel their blood boiling. "Scram!" Yang Kai bellowed and pushed out his fist. Following a loud boom, the woman shrieked and sprayed out a mouthful of blood while she was sent flying away. Her tender body crashed into the wall and then fell into the debris. Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically as he stood straight up and roared, "Impudence!" He didn't make a move just now because he didn't think there was a need to. There was no way a newly promoted Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could possess much strength, so the women around him should be able to deal with him. However, it never crossed Yun Fei Bai's mind that his strongest woman would be sent flying after just one exchange of blows. The other women were dumbfounded, but they soon came to their senses and shouted as they used their secret techniques on Yang Kai. These women were not just Yun Fei Bai's playthings. After all, they were all Open Heaven Realm Masters who were strong in their own right, though their orders varied quite a bit. Presently, they were making a move at the same time, so the sight was both alluring and imposing. An unafraid Yang Kai threw out his fists in quick succession, unleashing a barrage of fist shadows as he attacked the women in all directions. Explosive sounds were continuously heard as his world force blew out the surrounding walls. These women clad in skimpy outfits were all sent flying in different directions. Amidst the weltering dust, Yang Kai shot into the sky and looked around before knitting his brows. So weak. None of them can fight. Besides the first woman who traded moves with him, there was also another Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master among these women, while the rest were Third and Fourth Order. However, these two Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were totally incomparable to Ma Tianyuan. After the battle against Ma Tianyuan, Yang Kai had a better understanding of his own strength. He thought that all Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be about as strong as Ma Tianyuan, but after this battle, he realized that he had overestimated others while underestimating himself. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't surprising. Ma Tianyuan fell from the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm to his current strength, so he was at the very peak of the Fifth Order. These two women were naturally much weaker than him. The place was a mess, but although the women were injured by Yang Kai, they were still alive. Outside the ruins, the Wei brothers were dumbfounded at the turn of events as they shuddered in fear. Martial Peak, Chapter 4385, Fighting a Sixth Order Master. You court death. Yun Fei Bai roared. He would be completely humiliated if word got out that his women were hurt in his own room. Initially, he intended to capture Yang Kai and then deal with the woman named Lan Yuruo. However, his mind was now filled with murderous intent. As his Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm aura permeated the air, he raised his hand and then brought down his palm. A gigantic green palm was immediately formed above Yang Kai's head, made from the purest world force. The attack was like an entire small universe pressing against Yang Kai. Moreover, it was the small universe of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At that instant, Yang Kai felt tremendously pressured. Although he'd had a good fight with Ma Tianyuan after he had just ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, he hadn't been forced into going all out. However, as he was faced with a furious Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, any slight negligence would cost him his life. His fighting spirit had been ignited as he boldly shot into the sky and met the palm head-on. A sense of ruthlessness flashed through Yun Fei Bai's eyes as he clenched his fist, whereupon the gigantic palm also closed and turned into a cage as it grasped Yang Kai's small figure. The next instant, however, Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically. As world force undulated, rays of light shot out in all directions. The gigantic hand exploded as a figure shot out and charged towards Yun Fei Bai as swift as lightning. Upon seeing that, Yun Fei Bai snorted. Although he didn't seem to be moving, he abruptly appeared in front of Yang Kai. As his clothes flapped in the wind, powerful but inconspicuous attacks bombarded Yang Kai. Every attack contained an extremely horrifying world force. Yang Kai continuously fended off the attacks as his figure shook and stepped backwards upon impact. He reflected as he fought, realizing that a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was truly powerful. Although he was pretty strong as a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there was still a difference of one order between them. Therefore, there was a clear disparity between their might. Yang Kai knew he had to settle this fight as soon as possible. After all, They were in profound Yang Mountain where there were 4 sixth-order mountain lords. If the battle dragged on, the other mountain lords and the powerful masters from profound Yang Mountain would take notice of the commotion. By then, Yang Kai would fall into a perilous situation. He wasn't arrogant or ignorant enough to believe he could deal with several sixth-order open heaven realm masters all at once. "You're really something, brat." Although Yun Fei Bai was incensed, he still couldn't help but praise Yang Kai upon seeing that the latter was able to ward off his attacks. Even though there was only a difference of 1 order between the 5th order and the 6th order open heaven realm, the disparity in strength was as great as the distance between the heavens and the earth. If Yun Fei Bai was dealing with any other 5th order open heaven realm master, he was confident that he would be able to take down the other party in 10 moves. However, Yang Kai had already fended off 100 blows and aside from looking a bit awkward was perfectly fine. He couldn't help but wonder whether Yang Kai really was a new 5th order open heaven realm master. Is he just playing the pig? If he isn't a new 5th order open heaven realm master, what's going on with that unstable aura of his? While Yun Fei Bai was still lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai, who was forced to continuously step backwards, suddenly stopped in his tracks. At that instant, Yun Fei Bai felt his chest tightening as a sense of crisis suddenly befell him. The next moment, Yang Kai reached out his hand and summoned a long spear into his grip. The entire world seemed to shake the moment the spear appeared. A mighty dragon roar resounded as a majestic dragon pressure permeated the air. Yang Kai's demeanor changed completely as he held the spear in his grip. He let out a breath and wielded the spear. Without any wasted movements or hesitation, he unleashed the full power of his supreme limitless spear technique. Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically when he saw the spear approaching him. In his eyes, he could see a terrifying great dragon charging at him. As the dragon swam through the air, seemingly determined to swallow him down in one fell swoop. Faced with this terrifying monster, he felt as insignificant as an ant. He immediately bit his tongue to compose himself. Resisting the dragon pressure, Yun Fei Bai roared as he summoned a scroll, on which some illegible characters were written. Despite that, every stroke of the characters looked like a uniquely shaped sword. The terrifying sword chi spread out. After he infused his world force into the scroll, the characters came apart and turned into beams of very pure sword chi. As they slashed across the void, the sounds of breaking through the air were heard. This was a complete humiliation. As a 6th order open heaven realm master, Yun Fei Bai was forced to use his artifact when dealing with a mere 5th order open heaven realm master. This was totally inconceivable to him. Prior to this, it never crossed his mind that such a formidable 5th order open heaven realm master existed in this world. Comparing himself, back when he was still a 5th order open heaven realm master, to this young man, Yun Fei Bai felt he wasn't even worthy of carrying the latter's shoes. To the side, the Wei brothers were dumbstruck and shuddered violently. They were not on the battlefield, so they were not able to experience how powerful Yang Kai was directly. However, upon seeing that the second mountain lord had summoned his artifact, they knew that the latter had no other means to deal with the opponent. That was why they appeared horrified. Yang Kai wielded the Azure Dragon Spear with complete freedom, unrestrained by anything. The spear was like an extension of himself, and he could manipulate it in any way he imagined. The scroll glowed wildly as the beams of sword chi crisscrossed one another. However, they were all warded off by Yang Kai. It had been many years since giant spirit god Ada had given this spear to Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had used the Azure Dragon Spear and killed many enemies already. Nevertheless, it wasn't until this moment that he had a real taste of the spear's true might. This was an artifact that only an open heaven realm master could truly wield. Although he was able to bring out a fraction of the spear's power in the past, it was only because he possessed a dragon source. Since he was weak, he was unable to fully display the spear's might. However, this time was different. With the weapon in his hand, Yang Kai could clearly feel fluctuations that resembled joy coming from the spear. Holding it, he felt as though he could challenge all 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises alone. Like a thunderstorm, Yang Kai repeatedly thrust out his spear in rapid succession. The attacks didn't only contain the power of the Azure Dragon Spear, but also Yang Kai's understanding of the Tao of space and Tao of time. In Yun Fei Bai's eyes, Yang Kai's spear and figure were blurry and elusive, making it almost impossible for him to follow his movements or identify his position. On top of that, his own thoughts seemed to be disturbed, like there was a disconnect between his mind, body, and the surrounding world. The power of the scroll had been fully activated, and all the characters had left its surface, transforming into colorful blades of sword chi that repeatedly slashed through the air. A long time seemed to have passed, but it was also as if only an instant had gone by. When Yang Kai's figure completely disappeared from Yun Fei Bai's sight for an instant, and he suddenly felt a tremendous sense of danger engulfing him. As a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had experienced countless life and death moments. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to danger, and he was able to react appropriately. All the sword chi returned and formed into a dazzling sword wave in front of him before he pushed it forward. The next moment, Yang Kai abruptly appeared before him, as though he was throwing himself into the sword wave. He didn't seem to have the intention of backing down, as his eyes were filled with determination and murderous intent. As Yang Kai stared fixedly at his opponent, he unleashed a grand thrust with his Azure Dragon Spear and bellowed, "Die!" Blood splattered everywhere. Yun Fei Bai's chest had been penetrated by Azure Dragon Spear, while Yang Kai's neck was slashed across by the sword wave. The flesh around the wound rolled up as he was almost decapitated. Upon impact, both of them were forced to step back as their blood splattered out. It had to be said that at that moment of crisis, Yun Fei Bai had reacted in the best possible manner. If he hadn't harmed Yang Kai with that sword wave, forcing his spear thrust off course ever so slightly, the attack could have killed him. After they separated, Yang Kai held the spear in one hand while covering the wound on his neck with his other. He seemed determined to continue attacking. However, before he could make a move, he suddenly looked in a particular direction and snorted, "This isn't over. When I see you again, I'll definitely kill you." Upon declaring so, Yang Kai shot away from profound Yang Mountain. He wanted to kill Yun Fei Bai, but the intense battle just now had alerted the top masters from profound Yang Mountain, and he could detect that those Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Mountain Lords were approaching. If he stayed there any longer, he would have been besieged by them. "Kill him for me! Kill him!" An extremely pale Yun Fei Bai stomped hard, and his roar reverberated across the entire profound Yang Mountain. The figures who were coming to Yun Fei Bai immediately turned around and chased after Yang Kai, including the third and fourth mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. There was only one person who landed in front of the ruined Grand Hall. It was a fair-skinned and gentle-looking person who looked like an innocent young man. However, the shrewdness behind his eyes suggested that he was older than he appeared. "Head Mountain Lord." The Wei brothers hurriedly lowered their heads. This young-looking man was actually the first mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain, Maozhi. The four great mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but he was the undisputed leader because he was just one step away from the Seventh Order. In this regard, the other three mountain lords, as well as the three chiefs of Unrivaled Guild and the two island masters of Twin Spirit Island, were incomparable to him. In the shadowless cave heaven, cultivators were still able to break through to the next realm. However, due to the scarcity of resources and the existence of the shadowless astral wind, cultivators who had fallen into this place considered themselves lucky if they could maintain their current order. No one dared hope to achieve a breakthrough here. It took a substantial amount of resources for a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to ascend to the Seventh Order. Therefore, even though Maozhi had remained in his current order for over 10,000 years, he was still unable to take the leap to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. However, everyone believed that if he hadn't fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, he would have reached that realm in the outside world long ago. "Second brother, what happened?" Maozhi looked around and asked. With a pair of eyes that seemed able to spit fire, Yun Fei Bai said through clenched teeth, "I was caught off guard by some brat." Mao Zhe looked in the direction Yang Kai had left with a slightly furrowed brow. If I'm not mistaken, that person is only in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, right? Martial Peak, Chapter 4386, Four Great Mountain Lords. Yun Fei Bai flushed and said, I was just careless. He's really something as he's able to harm you when he's just a 5th Order Open Heaven realm master. Mao Zhe nodded. Where does he come from? Yun Fei Bai glared at the Wei brothers. They have some explaining to do. Mao Zhe turned to look at the Wei brothers, who turned pale instantly as they were soaked in a cold sweat. Not daring to hide anything, they hurriedly narrated their encounter with Yang Kai. Upon hearing that, Mao Zhe fell into his thoughts for a moment before saying, he came all the way here for Lan Yu Rua. Yun Fei Bai was severely injured as his chest had been penetrated by the Azure Dragon Spear, and his clothes were covered in blood. Given the fact that he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it would take him 1 to 2 months before he could fully recover. However, he wasn't at risk of losing his life at the very least. While Mao Zhe spoke to the Wei brothers, he was already seated with his legs crossed and adjusting his breathing to prevent his injury from worsening. The Wei brothers darted their gazes between Yun Fei Bai and Mao Zhe as they were completely apprehensive. Even though they had no idea that Yang Kai was audacious enough to make a scene in profound Yang Mountain, they were the ones who brought him to this place after all. Hence, they could not stay clear of this matter. Now that Yun Fei Bai was severely injured, they would probably get some harsh punishments. They couldn't help but secretly curse at Yang Kai for dragging them into this. They felt that they had been unfairly victimized. A while later, 2 figures descended from the sky. They were the 3rd Mountain Lord and the 4th Mountain Lord of profound Yang Mountain. Mao Zhe turned to look at them, whereupon the 3rd Mountain Lord Gengqing shook his head. He escaped. Mao Zhe arched his brow. Oh? He managed to flee with you 2 personally chasing after him? Wasn't that boy injured by second brother? The 4th Mountain Lord was the only woman among the 4 great mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. Apart from her alluring face and curvy figure, her watery eyes seemed able to suck a man's soul into them at any moment. Upon hearing Mao Zhe's words, she replied, that boy seems to be adept in the Tao of space. He teleported away while 3rd brother and I were chasing him, vanishing into thin air. Mao Zhe's gaze brightened. He's adept in the Tao of space. Gengqing dipped his head. I believe so. Mao Zhe immediately closed his eyes and scanned his surroundings. A moment later, he nodded. It's true. There are some residual fluctuations of space principles here. No wonder he had the guts to make a scene in profound Yang Mountain. I heard that masters of the Tao of space are unrivaled when it comes to chasing and escaping. Unless we're able to seal the heavens and lock the earth, we won't be able to restrict his freedom. It seems the rumors are true. After pondering on it for a moment, he went on to say, since that boy has come all the way here for Lan Yu Rua, he'll definitely look for her. 3rd brother, 4th sister, please go over and capture that boy. I don't care about the others, but that boy has to be brought back to me alive. Gengqing and the 4th Mountain Lord Zhouya exchanged glances, then the former asked doubtfully, it seems that you have a high regard for that boy, big brother. Mao Zhe gently rubbed his fingers together and asked, how many years have you been in the shadowless cave heaven, 3rd brother? After giving it a thought, Gengqing replied, I can't remember the exact length of time, but I suppose it's been 3,000 years. What about you, 4th sister? Zhouya replied, I'm sure it's been more than 1,000 years. Gengqing and Zhouya exchanged glances, then they told Yun Fei Bai to take a rest and dispersed. After the other 3 mountain lords were gone, the women who were injured by Yang Kai earlier appeared and came over to help Yun Fei Bai up before they headed to another mountain. The Wei brothers traded glances and shuddered before fleeing from that place, feeling as though they had just escaped from death's door. Meanwhile, a battered figure landed on a barren mountain. He was none other than Yang Kai, who was running for his life just moments before. Yun Fei Bai's attack almost beheaded him. The long wound on his neck was hideous, and all his clothes were soaked in blood. However, he had a strong physique, so even as he ran for his life earlier, his wound was starting to heal. The flesh around his wound was seen squirming and reconnecting already. Now, the most important thing for him was to get rid of Yun Fei Bai's world force, otherwise his wound would never heal. Upon making sure that no one was pursuing him, Yang Kai dug a hole in the mountain and snuck into it. Then he stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth and pushed his world force to suppress and expel the power left behind by Yun Fei Bai in his neck wound. Although Yun Fei Bai was one order above him, his residual power wasn't a living thing. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to disperse it as he just needed some time. Half a day later, Yang Kai's expression changed as he opened his eyes and released his divine sense. Soon, he realized that there was a woman pacing around outside the barren mountain. Yang Kai initially decided to ignore her. After all, he had to recuperate as soon as possible, but the woman kept pacing around for a long time as though she had discovered something. His heart sank as he had no choice but to leave his hideout. The woman was only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm, so given Yang Kai's current strength, he could kill her as he pleased. Therefore, even though he was wounded, he wasn't afraid of her. The woman was just looking around when she sensed something and looked up, only to see Yang Kai staring coldly at her. She was shocked as she subconsciously took a few steps back. All of a sudden, something flashed through her eyes as Yang Kai abruptly appeared before her and clenched her neck with his iron-like hand. The force coming from his palm felt as lethal as a python's bite. At that instant, the woman was horrified as she coughed and pleaded with the man with her eyes. Yang Kai stared dispassionately at her for a moment before frowning. "You're one of Yun Fei Bai's women?" The woman looked familiar to Yang Kai. She was one of the women who surrounded Yun Fei Bai earlier. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the one who massaged Yun Fei Bai's calves. Presently, she was clad only in a thin layer of clothing, leaving her curvy figure faintly visible to the eyes. Moments ago, Yang Kai fought with those women and sent them all flying away, this woman included. The woman wanted to nod, but she was unable to move a muscle, so she could only bat her eyes. "How did you find me?" Yang Kai asked coldly. He had even shaken off 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so how did this weak woman find his whereabouts? As he spoke, he slightly loosened his grip. The woman hurriedly explained, "I'm sensitive to smells, and Sir's blood is different from others." Yang Kai frowned, not knowing whether he should believe her. As he expanded his divine sense, he realized that there was no one else besides them in this place. He had the intention of killing her, but faced with a much weaker woman who didn't have a blood feud with him, Yang Kai didn't have the heart to cross that line. After glaring for a while, he snorted and released her. "Since you're able to find me, why have you come to look for me on your own instead of telling the leaders of Profound Yang Mountain to come here? Aren't you worried that I'll kill you?" The woman pressed her lips together. Without replying to him, she fished out a jade slip from her space ring and passed it to him. "What is this?" The woman didn't explain anything, and upon seeing that Yang Kai wasn't taking it, she gently put the jade slip down on the ground and stepped backwards as she said, "I'll owe you a favor if you can kill Yun Fei Bai." Yang Kai furrowed his brows while the woman turned around and left, leaving behind a rather pleasant fragrance in the air. After taking a look at the jade slip, Yang Kai balled up his fist and grasped it in his hand. Upon examining it, he arched his brow. That was because the jade slip contained a detailed map of the shadowless cave heaven and the proprietress location. As he recalled the woman's words before she left, Yang Kai fell into contemplation. Martial Peak, Chapter 4387, I Don't Dare. It seemed that the woman wasn't willing to become Yun Fei Bai's plaything. She was forced into such a state. Unfortunately, she was too weak to resist. The fact that Yang Kai barged into Profound Yang Mountain and wounded Yun Fei Bai allowed her to see a glimmer of hope, so she came all the way here to look for him and give him some information. After storing the jade slip, Yang Kai turned around and left. He hadn't fully recovered yet, and he wasn't certain whether the woman was telling him the truth. It'd be terrible if Yang Kai's opponents found him because she was leading him into a trap. Therefore, he decided to change hiding spots. A while later, he found a cave on another barren mountain and snuck into it to recuperate. The wound on his neck was hideous. However, it was nothing more than a flesh wound after Yun Fei Bai's residual power was expelled, so it wasn't difficult to heal it. Given his intrepid physique, it would only take him 3 to 5 days to recover. A few days later, Yang Kai fished out the jade slip and identified his current position. After going through the information in the jade slip, he turned into a beam of light and headed in a particular direction. Half a day later, he landed on a huge caldera. Looking down, he realized that the caldera was basically bottomless. Horrifying red magma weltered inside the basin while dark smoke was seen billowing from it. There were countless such calderas in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers radius, and from time to time, the magma would burst out and form red rivers. The environment here was more hostile than most places, but according to the information in the jade slip given to Yang Kai by that woman, the proprietress, chef, and accountant were currently hiding here. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, there were only a small number of places that were safe from the shadowless astral wind. Besides the headquarters of the 3 great forces, this caldera was one such place. However, it was less effective compared to the headquarters of the 3 great forces. Yang Kai rubbed his nose as he felt a lump in his throat. The proprietress was a beautiful woman, but she was also a peak 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In order to look for a cultivation resource for him, she fell into the shadowless cave heaven, and eventually, she had to hide in this kind of terrible place. He couldn't help but blame himself. In the past, he was determined to become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and didn't listen to anyone's dissuasion. Perhaps he had been too willful back then. When he took a deep breath, the pungent smell seemed to have turned into needles and jabbed into his lungs. Looking down at the caldera, he yelled, "Anyone home?" There was a passageway under the magma that had been set up with a barrier to serve as a shelter. Chef suddenly opened his eyes and listened attentively for a moment before poking accountant with his elbow. Then, he asked in a small voice, "Do you hear anything?" Accountant opened his listless eyes and shot him a glance. "What do you mean?" Chef scratched his head. "I think I heard Yang Kai's voice." Accountant hurriedly took a glance at the proprietress, which revealed more of the white parts of his eyes, before glaring at Chef. "Stop spouting nonsense. That brat is just an Emperor Realm cultivator. How is he supposed to enter the shadowless cave heaven? You must have heard it wrong." Chef nodded. "You're right. Listen." Accountant sported an awkward expression because while speaking to Chef, he could indeed hear a familiar voice calling out to them. Due to the weltering magma, the voice was only faintly audible. If Chef hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have noticed it. In a nearby spot, the proprietress opened her eyes, which were filled with doubt and puzzlement. While Chef chuckled, there was a perfunctory smile on Accountant's face. The moment he finished speaking, Yang Kai found his head being lifted up forcefully. Releasing the woman in front of him, he asked hesitantly, "What are you doing, proprietress?" She was grabbing his hair and pulling him backward. The coldness behind her eyes weltered as she said through gritted teeth, "What am I doing? I should be the one asking you that." Upon finishing her words, she landed a kick on his shoulder. Although she was a woman, she was also a powerful 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. She had exerted a lot of force with her kick, and Yang Kai didn't dare to resist. After a grunt, he was sent flying away like a sack and crashed into the nearby cliff, forming a human-shaped hole in it. As the broken rocks tumbled down, Yang Kai felt the world spinning around him. Before he could pull himself together, Proprietress pounced on him and grasped his ankle before she spun around several times and hurled him into the magma. Yang Kai plunged into the magma with a splash and disappeared below. Following that, Proprietress shot downwards as though she was determined to kill. Chef and accountant both had their faces twitch as they watched. A moment later, violent movements were felt coming from the magma. Following that, a pitiful shriek broke through the sky as Xianxia was blasted out of the magma while flailing his limbs in the air. Proprietress followed him closely and repeatedly assaulted him in a ruthless manner. Faced with the storm of attacks, Xianxia groaned in pain and covered his head. His nose had even started bleeding. "You dare dodge? Try dodging one more time and see what happens." Proprietress beat him up while verbally threatening him. Under the pressure, Xianxia didn't dare to resist in any way. Helpless, he could only lie on the ground and curl up into a ball, covering his head to protect his vitals while he let the proprietress vent out all her anger on him. "Stop hitting me, proprietress! I can see what's under your skirt!" Xianxia suddenly exclaimed. Proprietress was already incensed to begin with, so upon hearing such loathsome words, she exerted even more strength into her kicks. Unable to take it anymore, chef and accountant immediately went over to pull her back. Proprietress' chest heaved heavily as her figure trembled with fury. She said through clenched teeth, "Let go! I must kill this infuriating boy today." "Please calm down, proprietress. You don't have to do this kind of dirty work yourself. We'll do it for you." As chef spoke, he sent a signal to accountant with his eyes, whereupon they pushed proprietress away and pounced on Xianxia, who had curled up on the ground, before they beat him up in a merciless manner. Although proprietress' attacks were hurtful, Xianxia wouldn't have any grudges against her. She must be aware that he had ascended to the open heaven realm, so it was only natural she felt various kinds of disappointment and grief in her heart. However, Xianxia wasn't about to put up with chef and accountant beating him up. Therefore, he shot them a glare to mean that he would settle the score with them for assaulting him today. "You dare you glare at them?" Proprietress bellowed while placing her palms on her hips. "I don't dare to. Forgive me." Xianxia covered his head again. With proprietress backing, chef and accountant became increasingly ruthless. Meanwhile, Xianxia silently counted the number of attacks they landed on him. A moment later, proprietress suddenly spoke up, "All right, stop. Do you two really want to kill him?" She didn't mean it when she said she wanted to kill Xianxia. Simultaneously, chef and accountant leapt away and retracted their powers since they were done with their job. Xianxia, who was still lying on the ground, slightly parted his fingers and examined proprietress through the gap. Upon seeing that she was still furiously gritting her teeth, he quickly flashed a fawning smile at her. However, his swollen face made him look both funny and abominable. Upon seeing that proprietress took a step forward, Xianxia shuddered and quickly covered his head again. She bent over and clenched the man's collar before hoisting him up to her face. Glaring at him with a pair of slightly reddened eyes, she questioned solemnly, "You broke through to the open heaven realm, didn't you?" "Yes." Xianxia bashfully nodded his head as he wouldn't dare to look her in the eyes. Martial Peak, Chapter 4388, Good Brother. Fifth Order. The proprietress asked again. Upon hearing that, Xianxia forced a fawning smile. "Why must you infuriate me so?" The proprietress stomped her foot so hard the ground shook. "The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm still makes me an Open Heaven Realm Master." Xianxia rubbed his nose. The proprietress glared at him with reddened eyes and gritted her teeth as though she wanted to skin him alive. The moment she heard Xianxia's voice just now, she knew that he must have entered the open heaven realm, otherwise, he couldn't possibly have entered the shadowless cave heaven. That was because only open heaven realm masters could enter this damned place. However, given his situation, it was extremely difficult for him to obtain a high-ranking element treasure. For a moment, she prayed that he had come into this place as a high-rank open heaven realm master. Nevertheless, as soon as she saw him, she knew that he didn't manage to directly advance to the high-rank open heaven realm. In that case, it would give her some solace if he at least was a sixth order open heaven realm master. Unfortunately, the fifth order was all he could achieve. She was fully aware that Yang Kai had built an incredibly solid foundation, and that was the reason she was heartbroken. He had the potential to become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master directly, but he ended up breaking through to the Fifth Order instead. It could be said that his martial Tao was ruined and his future was bleak. To the side, accountant and chef fell silent as they looked sympathetically but admiringly at Yang Kai. They finally acknowledged him as one of their own. Yang Kai must have come all the way here to save the proprietress. Although they had no idea what had transpired for him to eventually advance to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, they could venture a guess. While Yang Kai was unable to find a high-rank element treasure, he was too concerned about the proprietress' safety, which was why he quickly directly advanced to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm and entered this place. The proprietress sighed. She had accidentally fallen into the shadowless cave heaven when she was looking for a high-rank element treasure for Yang Kai, but he decided to ruin his own future and become a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the end in order to save her. Everything had gone wrong. However, the fact that he had done all this for her proved that he was a righteous and loyal person. "Don't cry, proprietress," Yang Kai suddenly said as he stared dazedly at the tears sliding down her face. He raised his hand in an attempt to brush the tears away, but the woman turned around and disappeared into the magma. Yang Kai pressed his lips together and scratched his head. His impression of the proprietress was that she was a resolute and astute woman. It was as though she was able to support the sky's weight with her slender arms even as it came crashing down on top of her. It never crossed his mind that he would see such a woman cry one day. "I'm doomed." Yang Kai was apprehensive as he gazed pleadingly at chef and accountant. She must be so mad that she started crying. "What should I do?" Chef heaved a sigh and went over to pat his shoulder. "She isn't crying because she's mad." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was startled. "What is the reason then?" "She's blaming herself," accountant spoke up. "She must be thinking that if she hadn't fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, you wouldn't have forcefully broken through to look for her. She believes that you've fallen into such a state because of her. You're supposed to be able to make it to the Seventh Order directly, but you only ended up in the Fifth Order. She's crying because she's heartbroken and is deep in self-blame." Yang Kai furrowed his brow. "Ascending to the Open Heaven Realm is my own decision. It has nothing to do with her." Chef shot him a glance. "Do you even believe what you've just said?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai became startled and fell silent. Chef went on to say, "Regardless, what is done. Let's go in first. Since you've come all the way here to look for us, you'll also be my good brother from now on. In the past, only Old Bai and the accountant were my good brothers, and now, you're also included." As he spoke, he went over to hoist the battered Yang Kai. With a serious expression, accountant nodded, "You're also my good brother." Then he dashed forward and helped Yang Kai up alongside Chef. Yang Kai suddenly muttered, "Chef, you punched me 38 times and kicked me 13 times just now. As for you, you punched me 27 times and kicked me 16 times." As soon as he finished speaking, Chef and accountant released him at the same time, which caused him to fall on his butt. While Yang Kai was in a dazed state, the two of them turned into rays of light and plunged into the magma. A furious Yang Kai said through clenched teeth, "You two really are my good friends, huh?" Then he got to his feet and rubbed his backside before chasing after them. There was a cave below the caldera that was separated from the magma using a spirit array. Although the environment wasn't pleasant, it wasn't unbearable at the very least. It was a cave about the size of several houses, and since the restriction had opened up, Yang Kai was able to enter easily. Presently, the proprietress was seated motionlessly on a rock chair as she faced away from the entrance. Chef and accountant, who had come into this place earlier, were just standing behind her. Chef turned his head to take a glance and said in a small voice, "He's here, proprietress. Do you want us to chase him away? Or do we let him stay?" The proprietress didn't respond to him, as though she hadn't heard anything at all. Accountant followed up, "What's the point of asking this question? Proprietress is obviously mad. Chase him away and let him perish on his own outside. Chef grunted in a deep voice, "Good." Following that, they were ready to make a move as they rolled up their sleeves. Unable to take it anymore, the proprietress said coldly, "Do you two want to anger me as well?" Upon hearing that, Chef stiffened as he put on a fawning smile. "We wouldn't dare. Please don't be mad at us, proprietress. We won't chase him away." Then he sent a signal to Yang Kai with his eyes. Yang Kai got the message and took a seat in the opposite corner of the cave. After that, the two of them said to the proprietress in a subservient manner, "Please get some rest." As they exchanged glances, they carefully moved away and approached Yang Kai. One of them looked condescendingly at him while the other crouched down and stared at him. Chef tutade, "Is a swollen face the trend these days, young boy? How do you even have the face to ask such a thing?" Yang Kai glared at him. Right after he was beaten up by the proprietress, these two guys mercilessly assaulted him. If it weren't because he had a strong physique, his face would have been deformed by now. Chef grinned meaningfully, "These flesh wounds don't matter. I have a blood-staunching paste with me. Come on, I'll help you apply it." Upon finishing his words, he fished out a slimy paste from his space ring and scooped up a bit of it with his fingers before applying it on Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai looked away to dodge him, thinking that he wouldn't need any blood-staunching paste for these flesh wounds. However, he saw the chef subtly signaling with his eyes in the proprietress' direction. Yang Kai's expression changed as he figured out what he was trying to do, therefore he stopped avoiding him and let him do it. Nevertheless, he soon screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ouch! It hurts. Can't you be a bit gentler?" Snorting, Chef replied, "I'm a cook. This is how I deal with the meat and the fish every day." Yang Kai snapped, "Do you think I'm some kind of meat to be tenderized? You just said I'm your good brother." Chef refuted, "This and that are separate issues. How can you confuse them?" Accountant, who was standing in front of them with his hands behind his back, grew impatient and said, "All right, stop arguing. Yang Kai, how did you find out we're here? Did Old Bai tell you about it?" Yang Kai nodded. "Old Bai came to Voidland and told me what had happened. That's why I rushed over here." "How is he now?" Yang Kai replied, "He's fine, so don't worry about him. He should be in Voidland now. He initially wanted to follow me into this place, but I had no idea what was going on here or whether I would be able to leave or not, so I shook him off and snuck into this place on my own." Accountant nodded gently, "That's good." Then, he took a glance at the proprietress, and upon seeing that she had straightened up to listen attentively, he secretly found it funny. After that, he asked, "There's one thing I don't understand. You'd built up such a solid foundation, but why did you end up in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm? You could have ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm at the very least. Weren't you only lacking a suitable Een element treasure?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai smiled helplessly. "It's a long story. Before coming to the Shattered Heaven, he wasn't aware that only Open Heaven realm masters could enter the shadowless cave heaven. If he knew, he would have gotten a 6th Order Een element treasure ready just in case of emergencies. However, it was too late as he only found out about it after arriving at this place. 6th Order materials were already highly sought after in Voidland to begin with, to say nothing of the fact that Een element materials were even rarer. As soon as any 6th Order materials appeared in the Star City, those from Voidland would buy them up. In the end, when Yang Kai needed such a resource, he realized that he didn't even have one with him. Even Zheng and the others didn't possess one. Left with no choice, he could only ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Upon hearing that, Accountant snorted, "I knew that something was off about it. Now, it seems that some people were really behind this." After falling into the shadowless cave heaven, he had some suspicions, but he didn't have any evidence to prove it. After hearing Yang Kai's story though, he realized that his speculations were right. They hadn't accidentally fallen into the shadowless cave heaven. Rather, it was a trap they had been caught up in. After the proprietress was trapped, they released Bai Qi to let him inform Yang Kai about it. Then, they set up a siege just outside the shadowless cave heaven. It would be best if they could kill Yang Kai, thus settling this issue for good. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could force him to ascend to the open heaven realm, as that was the only way to enter the shadowless cave heaven. In the end, their plot was successful, as Yang Kai had no choice but to ascend to the Fifth Order open heaven realm. However, they had never expected that Black Crow Divine Monarch would lead a group of people and launch a sneak attack on them at the critical moment, which resulted in them suffering immense losses. Furthermore, in order to make Yang Kai willingly ascend to the Fifth Order, the space rings of all 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters were confiscated. It could be said that their losses were almost unbearable. In any case, they had finally settled the issue regarding Yang Kai. This kind of outcome was still acceptable, and while no one was happy, they were at least satisfied. As for their grudges with Black Crow, they would have to settle the score with him in the future. You had the potential to become a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but you ended up in the 5th Order. Don't you regret it? Accountant asked in a grim voice. If he were the one who had to go through this, he couldn't have remained calm and collected. It's a shame that I'm unable to achieve my goal, but I don't regret my decision. Yang Kai shook his head. Given the situation I was in, I probably won't be able to get a high-ranking element treasure even if I waited for 1,000 years. Rather than wasting so much time waiting for something that might not even come to be, I believe I should have a power I can call my own. Martial Peak, Chapter 4389, Consuming a World Fruit. You're pretty poised about all this, Accountant said admiringly. Yang Kai shrugged while replying, there's nothing else I can do about it, so I think I should be optimistic. Just then, a rustling sound was heard. Proprietress rose from the chair and approached the 3 of them, who turned their heads to look at her. When she reached them, she extended her hand towards Chef, who promptly passed her the blood-staunching paste and took a rock chair from a nearby spot before placing it behind her. As the proprietress took a seat, she gazed at Yang Kai with a conflicted look and scooped up some blood-staunching paste before applying it to the bruises on his face. In response, Yang Kai beamed at her. A frustrated proprietress snapped, "Why are you smiling like a fool?" Then she exerted more force with her hand, which caused him to wail in pain. After a sigh, she rubbed the paste on his skin and said, "Since you've ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, there's no going back. The small universe in your body has formed, so it'll be useless even if you regret it in the future." "I won't regret it." Yang Kai shook his head. "When I arrived in the outer universe, it was you who took care of me like a caring senior. Now that you're in trouble, there's no way I can sit back and do nothing. I'm even willing to barge into the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises for you, let alone a mere shadowless cave heaven." "Stop boasting." The proprietress shot him a glare and ground her teeth. "A senior? Am I that old to you?" In an instant, Yang Kai was soaked in cold sweat. Proprietress is still in the spring of her youth. The word old can in no way be associated with you. I was wrong. After a snort, the proprietress gently continued, "Since you've ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, your limit will be the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Given your heritage and foundation, it won't be difficult for you to make it to the 7th Order as long as you have enough resources. If you want to go further than that, it'll depend on whether you'll come across the right opportunities, so you'd better brace yourself for it." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. By refining open heaven pills and resources of various elements, a cultivator could only rise 2 orders from the one they initially broke through to. This was a universal truth that had been proven by countless cultivators since time immemorial. No one had managed to overcome this law. That was because there was a limit for growth regardless of whether one refined open heaven pills or other resources. However, if one could find innate open heaven pills formed in the universe furnace, they could break through this limit. Unfortunately, such pills were incredibly rare. Whenever the universe furnace appeared, it would cause an upheaval in the 3,000 worlds and lead to a reign of terror and bloodshed. Even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who rarely stepped out of the cave heavens and paradises, would make a move upon getting wind of its appearance. In that kind of situation, even the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to interfere, as they could be easily killed if they were the slightest bit careless. Whenever the universe furnace appeared, it was normal for hundreds, if not thousands of Open Heaven Realm Masters to lose their lives, all of them at the mid-rank at minimum. Even many 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would die in this struggle. There's no rush to cultivate, as you have to stabilize your foundation first. When a person reaches the Open Heaven Realm, all they have to do is accumulate more power in order to advance. While the proprietress was giving Xianxia a valuable lesson, she suddenly glanced at his neck and pinched his chin before turning his head slightly. Before Xianxia was able to finish his words, the proprietress shot him a glare. "Go now." Xianxia immediately jumped up and complied, "Yes." Then he walked into a secret room in the cave and sat down with his legs crossed. The proprietress set up a number of barriers outside the room before stopping. Left with no choice, Xianxia could only start cultivating in seclusion. The wounds inflicted on him in the previous battle had healed, and the assault from the proprietress, chef, and accountant had only resulted in some bruises, which could be ignored. The reason he screamed at the top of his lungs just now was to arouse the proprietress' sympathy, which proved to be effective. Now, he closed his eyes and checked on his small universe. His small universe was newly formed, as he had just ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Anyone else would have to cultivate in seclusion for 3 to 5 years to stabilize their foundation. However, Xianxia's small universe had inherited the heritage of the small sealed world, as he had merged the two, so he was able to stabilize it much quicker than normal. Furthermore, the previous 2 battles with Ma Tianyuan and Yun Fei Bai respectively had helped him quickly consolidate his cultivation, even though the battles didn't last long. His battle against Yun Fei Bai was especially intense, as he was constantly at risk of dying. This kind of immense pressure was more effective than cultivating in seclusion, which was dull and tedious. Now, instead of fortifying his 5th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, Xianxia had to hurriedly ascend to the 6th Order. The shadowless cave heaven was obviously not a hospitable place. Those from profound Yang Mountain, who had 4 6th Order Mountain Lords with them, had formed grudges with the proprietress and Xianxia. Even in the 3,000 worlds, profound Yang Mountain could be considered a top 2nd-class great force. Without its 2 divine spirits, Void Land would be incomparable to profound Yang Mountain. Since Xianxia had injured Yun Fei Bai, those from profound Yang Mountain would never let him off, so it was expected that they would make a move sooner or later. Given his 5th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he couldn't survive when dealing with such a behemoth, even though he had the proprietress with him. Therefore, Xianxia would only gain the qualifications to struggle against them by reaching the 6th Order. He was already able to injure Yun Fei Bai while he was in the 5th Order, so it shouldn't be hard to kill him after he made it to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. By then, he could join forces with the proprietress to oppose the entire profound Yang Mountain. Anyone else would have to wait for a painfully long time if they wanted to go from the 5th Order to the 6th Order, refining countless open heaven pills and cultivation resources to strengthen the heritage of their small universe. If this process could be completed in hundreds to 1,000 of years, it would be considered fast. Those who had less aptitude and resources could take thousands to over 10,000 years to do this, if they managed to at all. However, Xianxia was different. He was supremely talented, and his foundation was incredibly solid, so he was able to refine open heaven pills and cultivation resources at a much quicker pace than average. Furthermore, he still had a mid-rank world fruit. In the primordial land of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Xianxia repeatedly entered worlds in the fruits and obtained a number of world fruits, which included 2 mid-rank ones and 13 low-rank ones. He also managed to obtain a root from the world fruit tree. After that, Meng Hong from Great Moon Province gave him a mid-rank world fruit, so he ended up with 3 mid-rank ones in his possession. Martial Peak, Chapter 4390, The Astral Wind Blows Again. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai fished out a box from his space ring and carefully opened it, whereupon a translucent spirit fruit the size of a fist came into his sight. It was the last mid-rank world fruit he had. Lights were seen swirling around the fruit surface, giving it a rather entrancing look. After taking out the spirit fruit, Yang Kai took a bite without hesitation. As the fruit peel broke apart, the fragrant juice flowed into his mouth. He arched his brow as he hadn't expected the taste to be so pleasant. Then he wolfed down the world fruit, including the fruit pit, and licked his lips with a joyful expression. The next moment, Yang Kai's face turned solemn as he quickly focused on his small universe. The world fruit's medicinal efficacies dissolved in his stomach and turned into the purest world force imaginable that streamed into all his organs. The force wasn't intense, so it was still bearable for Yang Kai. What was special was that there didn't seem to be an end to this stream of world force. Yang Kai's small universe opened wide and accepted this world force. He didn't even need to spend any effort to refine it as the world force quickly assimilated into the small universe, adding to his heritage and foundation without any obstruction. Yang Kai was stunned. It was no wonder that the world fruits were extremely precious and were called heaven-defying. When an open heaven realm master consumed open heaven pills and cultivation resources, there was a refinement process. However, the world force streaming out of the world fruit didn't require any effort to assimilate, they just had to open their small universe and accept it. This fact alone made world fruits a unique treasure. As time passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the heritage of his small universe was increasing in a rapid and steady manner as it marched towards the Sixth Order open heaven realm. Outside the secret room, the proprietress had to leave the cave from time to time while chef and accountant stayed there to stand guard for Yang Kai so that he wouldn't be disturbed. The reason the proprietress went out was that she had to look for a way to leave this damned place. She had been doing that since before Yang Kai's arrival. Unfortunately, she hadn't gotten any clues so far. The shadowless cave heaven was neither big nor small, so over the years, the three great forces had gained a footing and searched everywhere they could. If there was really an exit, they would have discovered it by now. It had only been 1 year since the proprietress and the others arrived here, so their efforts weren't comparable to the thousands of years the three great forces had invested. One day, while keeping guard in the cave, chef and accountant realized that the barrier had been triggered. Looking up, they saw the proprietress returning from outside as the magma roiled behind her. She used her power to open up a passageway and plunged into the caldera. After looking around, she stared at Yang Kai's secret room and frowned. "Hasn't he come out yet?" Chef shook his head. "Not yet. It's been a month, but it seems that his injuries are pretty serious, which is why it's taking him such a long time to recuperate. Do we need to check on him, proprietress?" She rejected his idea by shaking her head. "There's no need for that. It'd be terrible if we happened to disturb him during a critical moment." Accountant spoke worriedly. "The astral wind is due to blow again in a few days. Although this place can fend it off somewhat, we can't totally avoid its influence. By then, Yang Kai will be disturbed." That was indeed a serious problem. The place they resided could ward off some of the astral wind's effects, but it wasn't as good as the headquarters of the three great forces. Martial Peak, Chapter 4391, Profound Yang Mountain Makes a Move. The proprietress' alluring eyes trembled. It had been 1 year since they arrived at this place, and they'd had a taste of the power and strangeness of the astral wind many times. Other than hiding in this cave, they were unable to fend it off in any way. However, now, Yang Kai's wood element divine manifestation was able to completely ward off the astral wind that had been giving them a headache for a long time. It went to show that the wood element treasure he had refined was extraordinary. Gazing at his secret room, the proprietress became slightly at ease. Since Yang Kai was able to make such a move, it meant that he was aware of what was going on in the surroundings, therefore he should be almost completely healed. Initially, she was worried that the astral wind would have some negative impact on Yang Kai. Now, it seemed that not only did he have a way to fend it off, but he could also protect the three of them. Although Yang Kai had only ascended to the 5th order, his previous efforts hadn't gone down the drain. This wood element divine manifestation alone was a powerful method in his arsenal. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai appeared jovial. Not long after he arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, he was struck by the astral wind once, which resulted in him being quite battered. When he checked on his small universe after that though, he realized that the gigantic tree, which was the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation, was completely fine. At that time, he speculated that this divine manifestation might be able to protect against the astral wind. Unfortunately, he hadn't had a chance to test this theory. Therefore, when the astral wind struck again, he immediately activated the towering evergreen divine manifestation. Just like he had expected, the aura of the great tree was able to keep out the astral wind. The discovery made him set his mind at ease. With this divine manifestation, he wouldn't have to worry about the astral wind in the shadowless cave heaven again. Moreover, not only could this divine manifestation protect himself, it could also protect those around him. In a place such as the shadowless cave heaven, this kind of divine manifestation was like a trump card that could save their lives, as they wouldn't have to worry about the brutality of the astral wind ever again. Even though the headquarters of the three great forces were safe, the locations were not movable. On the other hand, Yang Kai could use this divine manifestation wherever he wanted. Although the protection range was limited, it was more than sufficient. 1 hour later, the astral wind dissipated. Yang Kai retracted his divine manifestation and the gigantic tree with vigorous green light slowly disappeared. Following that, he continued absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the world fruit. Over the past month, he had been continuously absorbing the world force coming from the world fruit. Presently, not only had he made up for the losses that he had suffered in his small universe from the astral wind, but he had also managed to strengthen it. Even the landmass of his small universe had expanded quite a bit. He had a feeling that he had reached the limits of the 5th order, and in just a few days, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough and ascend to the 6th order. There wasn't a need to worry about whether the medicinal efficacies of the world fruit were sufficient. Since he was able to go from the 5th order to the 6th order, Yang Kai could do the same. In the meantime, on one of the peaks of profound Yang Mountain, the door of a palace suddenly opened. Second Mountain Lord Yunfei stepped out and looked around before ordering, "Inform the 3rd Mountain Lord and the 4th Mountain Lord." A furious Yunfei snapped, "You're pretty arrogant, bitch. Let's see whether you're really as strong as you say you are." Upon finishing his words, his figure shook as his world force swirled around him, and he pounced at the proprietress. Gung Qing helplessly shook his head. Second brother is still so hot-tempered. Can't he see that she's trying to goad him into a one-on-one fight with her? Zhou Ya sighed. Second brother is a conceited man, so just let him be. That Lan Yurua has spent a year being exposed to the astral wind, so she isn't as strong as she was before. Just get ready for now. Once second brother injures her, we can join forces and take her down together. Gung Qing nodded lightly before taking a step forward and immediately appeared on the other side to form an encirclement with Zhou Ya. Looking up, they saw that Yunfei and Lan Yurua had begun their clash. Both of them were in the 6th order open heaven realm, so every move they made was world-shaking. As their world forces permeated the air, the explosions of light from their secret techniques erupted everywhere. There was no doubt that it was an intense battle. After observing the battle for a while though, Gung Qing arched his brow as he realized that Lan Yurua was truly powerful. Although her strength seemed to have been weakened, she was still able to match Yunfei. He secretly felt astounded. If Lan Yurua were at her peak, she would have been truly intimidating. Although she might not be able to defeat the head mountain lord, there wouldn't be a big of a gap between their powers. Since such a top cultivator had some grudges against profound Yang Mountain, they reckoned that they must end her life. If she escaped this time and sided with either Unrivaled Guild or Twin Spirit Island, it would be troublesome for them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4392, Flee. After the intense battle lasted for a while, it was apparent that the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were equally matched. All of a sudden, someone came over and reported, "Third Mountain Lord, Fourth Mountain Lord, we've detected some strange movements in the caldera." Upon hearing that, Gung Qing stared intently in that direction for a moment before saying, "They're Lan Yu Rua's Fifth Order subordinates. The magma is roiling inside the caldera. There should be some secret passageways. These guys must be trying to flee since the situation isn't in their favor. There's one more person with them. Who's that?" Zhouya looked in the same direction and gave it a thought before saying, "He must be that brat who injured second brother. It seems that his injuries are pretty severe. 1 month has passed, but he's still unconscious. Someone has to carry him on his back and flee." Gung Qing nodded. "You're right. I'll leave those 3 to you, fourth sister. If we can capture them, it will distract Lan Yu Rua. By then, second brother will have an easier time dealing with her." A hesitant Zhouya asked, "What about second brother?" With a smile, Gung Qing replied, "Don't worry, fourth sister. I'll make sure that he won't get hurt. When the time is right, I'll join forces with him." It was then Zhouya nodded, "I'll go then." Following that, she swept a glance over the people around her, whereupon more than 10 people left with her to race after Chef and the others. 100 kilometers in front of them, Chef carried Yang Kai on his back while running away at the speed of the wind. On the other hand, Accountant followed them with a golden abacus in his hand. When he turned his head and saw many rays of light racing after them, he exclaimed, "Run, Chef! They're coming right at us." Just like what Gung Qing had said, there were some secret passageways under the caldera. It had been 1 year since the proprietress and the others arrived in this place, so they were familiar with the terrain. Even if the cave's entrance was blocked by their enemies one day, they would still be able to flee. Not long after the proprietress dashed out of the caldera, she engaged in a battle with the enemy. Upon seeing that things were deteriorating, Chef and Accountant immediately brought Yang Kai with them and fled through another exit. Although they moved cautiously, they were still detected by their enemies. Now that their enemies were chasing after them, they had no choice but to flee at their top speed. Both of them were only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, and they had a burden with them that was Yang Kai. On the other hand, Zhouya was a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master who had more than 10 people with her. Both parties were not equally matched to begin with, so there was no way they could defeat their enemies if they got into a fight. Therefore, they would only stand a chance to survive by fleeing. At the same time, they prayed that the proprietress would be fine. After running away for a while, a pale accountant cursed, "I don't think we can get away, Chef. That woman is pretty swift." Although there was only a difference of 1 order between the Sixth and Fifth Order, the gap in power was vast. Usually, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be able to deal with 5 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with ease. Therefore, it was expected that a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was also able to fly at a greater speed. Since Zhouya was determined to hunt them down, Chef and Accountant were not able to get rid of her regardless of how hard they tried. Seeing that the distance between them was shortening, Chef tossed Yang Kai at Accountant and said, "Leave with him now. I'll delay her for a while." After taking Yang Kai, Accountant gritted his teeth and placed him over his shoulder without hesitation. Then he charged forward at full speed. It wasn't the right time to argue. If they couldn't make a decision quickly, they would fall into a terrible state. Chef took a deep breath as his figure expanded and turned into a several dozen meter tall giant. The apron around his waist swayed with the wind. With a knife in his left hand and a chopping board in his right, Chef appeared solemn and foreboding. Then, he hurled the chopping board behind him as it expanded with the wind. It was as though the chopping board was about to cover the entire world. The unsuspecting Zhou Ye and the others came into contact with the chopping board and became bound by a mysterious force. Chef raised his knife and bellowed, "I am the knife and chopping board, and you are the fish." Then he brought down the knife as the blade shone viciously. The world around him seemed to have turned into his kitchen with him as the chef that was on top of everything. Zhou Ye was flabbergasted as she hadn't expected that a fifth-order open heaven realm master would possess such a horrifying divine ability. He was apparently more powerful than the average fifth-order open heaven realm master. Although she was a sixth-order master, she still couldn't help but feel terrified while she was bound to the chopping board. It was as though she was about to be cut into countless pieces. Not daring to be negligent, she yelled and surged her world force as she broke free of the restraint and shot towards Chef. The more than 10 mid-rank open heaven realm masters were not standing idly by either. As they respectively used their secret techniques and artifacts, their world forces became a chaotic torrent. In just 3 breaths' time, Chef's gigantic figure flew backwards as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Like a deflating balloon, he shrank rapidly. The colossal chopping board turned back into its original form and was stored by Chef. The blade light dissipated and his world force subsided. Zhou Ye looked up and saw Chef spitting blood while fleeing into the distance. Despite his burly figure, he was extremely agile. With her face turning crimson, she roared, "Follow him! Don't let him flee!" She was a sixth-order master and had personally led a team of powerful subordinates, but she was obstructed by a mere fifth-order open heaven realm cultivator. Although it had lasted only several breaths of time, it was humiliating enough. In the meantime, the proprietress had fallen into a perilous state. Yun Fei Bai was embarrassed as he wasn't even able to hurt his opponent, and upon seeing things not progressing, Geng Qing immediately joined forces with him. As the 2 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain worked together, they were able to gain the advantage right away. However, to their horror, they realized that Lan Yu Ruo was still able to cope. A moment later, he dashed out of it and shook his head. "That woman is nowhere to be seen. She must have escaped. Where else can she go?" Yun Fei Bai's eyes were bloodshot as he was resentful of the proprietress. "All of you, get down and search for her. I have to get her regardless of what it takes." Geng Qing explained, "We don't have to do that, second brother. I believe Lan Yu Ruo is going to look for her subordinates. Fourth sister is pursuing them, so we just have to meet up with her and I'm sure we'll find Lan Yu Ruo over there." Yun Fei Bai turned to look at him. "Really? What if she doesn't look for her subordinates?" Geng Qing said, "Please trust me, second brother. Lan Yu Ruo seems to be someone who values the people around her greatly, so I believe that she won't let her subordinates perish on their own." After giving it a thought, Yun Fei Bai nodded. "Good, we'll look for fourth sister." Then he spat out a mouthful of blood and took a deep breath. The wound on his chest was extremely painful. On the other hand, Chef and accountant were pale as they ran, blood streaming from their mouths. Although Chef had stopped Zhou Ye and the others for several breaths of time using his secret technique, their opponents resumed chasing them soon after. Left with no choice, accountant had to make a move as well. In the end, both of them were wounded while their enemies were getting closer and closer. While carrying Yang Kai on his back, Chef cursed, "Brat, are you going to wake up or not? We'll die soon. By then, I'll throw you to that woman and let her rip you into countless pieces." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4393, Twin Spirit Island. Although Chef was lamenting, he never slowed down his pace. Unfortunately, they were unable to get rid of Zhou Ye as she was more powerful than them. Seeing as the enemies were getting closer, accountant bellowed, "Leave. I'll deal with her." Upon finishing his words, he turned around and readied himself to clash with Zhou Ye. A flabbergasted Chef exclaimed, "No." However, he was unable to stop him, so he clenched his teeth and whirled around to follow him. Accountant turned his head and bellowed, "What are you doing?" With a solemn expression, Chef replied, "We'll never get rid of her, so I think we should just perish together. Before that, we'll at least bite some flesh off her." Accountant's gaze darkened as he nodded with a heavy heart. Then, Chef quickly fished out a long cloth to tie Yang Kai tightly on his back. With a kitchen knife in one hand and a chopping board in the other, he was prepared to face his enemies. Just then, they saw a ray of light rapidly approaching from behind Xianxia. The ray of light directly stormed into the enemy's formation and caused a lot of 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to collapse to the ground. Many of them were injured and sent flying away as they sprayed out mouthfuls of blood in midair. An astounded Xianxia turned her head with a fierce gaze and surged her world force to trade moves with the ray of light. As a series of explosive sounds were heard as the world seemed to pale. The ray of light whisked past Xianxia and landed on a spot beside Chef and Accountant. "Proprietress!" Chef and Accountant were pleasantly surprised. The ray of light was none other than the proprietress, who had shaken off Gongqing and Yun Fei Bai. Her face was slightly pale as she brushed away the blood on the corner of her lips. Then, she extended her hands and grabbed both of them before yelling, "Let's go!" Chef and Accountant were uncontrollably hoisted into the air. "You're injured, proprietress." Chef gazed at the trail of blood on the corner of her mouth with a worried expression. "It doesn't matter." The proprietress took a glance at Yang Kai on his back and asked, "Hasn't he woken up yet?" Chef shook his head. "No. Perhaps he's at some kind of critical juncture." Given such a commotion, Yang Kai should have been shaken out of his meditative state even if he was still recuperating. However, his eyes remained tightly closed as though he had cut off all connection with the outside world, which put them in a tight spot. "Should we force this brat up?" Chef asked. "No." The proprietress shook her head. Yang Kai wasn't someone who would put his companions' lives at risk, and he should be aware of what was going on in his surroundings. In other words, he knew what they were going through, but there was a reason that he couldn't wake up. It would be a terrible thing if they forcefully interrupted him. "Where are we going now?" Accountant asked as he turned his head to look at the enemies behind them. Xianxia and her subordinates were still relentlessly chasing after them. The proprietress declared, "Twin Spirit Island." Previously, they were unwilling to join any of the 3 great forces because, first of all, they had just arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so they were unclear about the current situations in this place. Secondly, once they joined one of the great forces, they would be restricted in many ways and completely bound to that great force. Only after learning that no one had ever left the shadowless cave heaven over the years, did the proprietress start considering joining one of them. Profound Yang Mountain was excluded as there were some grudges between them. Therefore, they were left with unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island. Among the two, Twin Spirit Island was the weakest as there were only 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, so it was naturally their best option. Some time ago, the proprietress visited Twin Spirit Island and was greeted warmly by the 2 island masters. It was apparent that they were trying to persuade her to join their great force. Initially, the proprietress planned on asking for the opinions of Yang Kai and the others before deciding whether they should join Twin Spirit Island. Nevertheless, before Yang Kai even awakened, 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain had arrived at her door. Left with no choice now, they could only head to Twin Spirit Island. If they were accepted into the great force, they could probably resolve this crisis. There was an expansive lake in the shadowless cave heaven, and in the middle of the lake were 2 islands that looked similar in terms of shape and size. Since both of them were closely connected, they were named Twin Spirit Island. As the proprietress and the others headed straight to Twin Spirit Island, it was apparent what their intention was. On the other hand, Xianxia was still relentlessly pursuing them, and 2 days later, Yun Fei Bai and Gongqing finally joined her. As Gongqing looked in the direction the proprietress and the others were heading, he gave it a thought and pondered, "Is Lan Yu Rua going to Twin Spirit Island? When did she even come into contact with those island masters?" Yun Fei Bai snorted. That bitch is a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so it's expected that those two want her to join their sect. I guess they came into contact some time ago. We need to catch them quickly. We mustn't let them reach Twin Spirit Island. If she joins forces with Hua Yong and Shu Mudan, it'll be difficult to deal with them. Hua Yong and Shu Mudan that he just mentioned were the island masters of Twin Spirit Island. They were also a married couple. It was said that they had been in the shadowless cave heaven for even longer than the head mountain lord. Geng Qing narrowed his eyes before chuckling. It's been a short time since Lan Yurua arrived in this place, so she isn't aware of that couple's temperaments. She must be acting out of desperation since she has no other choice. Don't worry, second brother. It'll be a good thing if she reaches Twin Spirit Island. Yun Fei Bai shot him a glance. Why is it a good thing? Geng Qing explained. Aren't you aware of what that couple is like, second brother? Although both of them are in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, the same as us, they're quite cautious and timid. The reason they want to recruit Lan Yurua is that she's a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master. If she becomes a part of them, they'll be able to better resist Profound Yang Mountain and Unrivaled Guild. However, since the three of us are hunting Lan Yurua down, will the couple have the guts to accept her? Martial Peak, Chapter 4394, Blood Monster Battle Dress. If Lan Yurua, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, joined Twin Spirit Island, she would be the 3rd Island Master. In other words, she would be the 3rd most important person after Hua Yong and Shu Mudan, so she definitely deserved to be welcomed by the couple personally. Before the two of them could leave the garden, however, the messenger continued, Island Masters, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Madame Lan seems to be injured, and just now, I could see that some people were pursuing her. Who are the ones chasing her? Hua Yong frowned. Lan Yurua was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so rarely anyone in the shadowless cave heaven could hurt her or even have the guts to pursue her. Suddenly, he felt there was more to her trying to join them at this moment than it appeared. The messenger replied, Island Masters, you've not stepped outside for years, so you're not aware of what's going on. There are some grudges between Madame Lan and Profound Yang Mountain's 2nd Mountain Lord. As the person spoke, Shu Mudan suddenly waved her hand, then the water around them came together and formed into a mirror. The reflection on the mirror showed the view outside of Twin Spirit Island. Through the mirror, they could see Lan Yurua and her 3 subordinates waiting outside the barrier. One of them was unconscious, so he had to be carried on another person's back. As Shu Mudan looked into the distance, her expression changed. 3 mountain lords from Profound Yang Mountain are over there. Hua Yong's expression turned solemn as well. He could see the intimidating Yun Fei Bai and the others through the mirror. Of the 4 6th Order Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain, 3 of them had come all the way here with many subordinates, which went to show that they were determined to end Lan Yurua today. What are the grudges between Madame Lan and Profound Yang Mountain's 2nd Mountain Lord? Hua Yong asked in puzzlement. Since his wife was pregnant, he had been staying on Twin Spirit Island to keep her company and ignored the affairs in the outside world. Before Lan Yurua paid a visit previously, he wasn't even aware that there was a new 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the shadowless cave heaven. Certainly, he had no idea what was going on when he saw this sight. The messenger replied, I don't know the details, but those from Profound Yang Mountain have always been arrogant, and the 2nd Mountain Lord Yun Fei Bai is a lascivious man. Madame Lan knew nothing about the affairs here when she arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so she might have gotten into a conflict with them for some reason. Upon hearing his explanation, Hua Yong nodded and said with a dark explanation, Now I know why Lan Yurua is eager to join Twin Spirit Island. She's basically left with no other choice now, so she wants to make use of us to resolve this crisis. Clever of her. He snorted. Shu Mudan asked with a frown, What's your plan, husband? Hua Yong replied, If she had agreed to join Twin Spirit Island previously, I would have welcomed her. However, since she intends to make use of us now, we can't grant her wish. If we accept her, we'll be offending profound Yang Mountain. A worried Shu Mudan said, if we don't let her in, she won't be able to deal with Yun Fei Bai and the others on her own. That's her own problem. Hua Yong shook his head and gazed at his wife. What do you think? After giving it a thought, Shu Mudan said, if Madame Lan could join Twin Spirit Island, our power will increase significantly, and we'll have the might to go up against profound Yang Mountain and unrivaled guild. Although the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven have coexisted peacefully so far, we're still the weakest in the end. Therefore, we control far less territory than the other two great forces. Do you want to accept her even now? Hua Yong asked. With a helpless smile, Shu Mudan shook her head. I have no idea what to do. I'll leave the decision to you, husband. Hua Yong took a glance at her bulging belly, then his gaze became determined. Ignore her. Although they could strengthen Twin Spirit Island's power by accepting Lan Yu Rua, Yun Fei Bai and the others would never let her off as they appeared determined. There was bound to be a battle if they took a side now, and given the situation his wife was in, there was no way she could fight. No one could afford to take responsibility if their child was affected. They had waited for a long time before they had their own child, so they naturally valued him above all else. Shu Mudan let out a sigh. As a woman herself, she sympathized with Lan Yu Rua for what the latter was going through, but at the same time, she had to protect her child, which was why she was feeling helpless. Outside of Twin Spirit Island's barrier, the proprietress felt her heart sinking. The two island masters hadn't shown up, nor had they opened the barrier. It was apparent to her that they were not willing to invite trouble to themselves. She wasn't in any place to blame them though. Although she had intended to join Twin Spirit Island previously, her arrival at this time was indeed inappropriate. The reason she made this decision was that she had no other choice, otherwise she would never want to trouble anyone else. Seeing as the enemies were about to reach them, the proprietress immediately decided to flee, run. Then she surged her power to wrap up Chef and the others before attempting to head in a different direction. Where do you think you're going? Someone was heard yelling as a figure abruptly appeared in that direction. He was none other than the Third Mountain Lord Gengqing. It wasn't certain when he had snuck to the other side, but he happened to be right in the proprietress' way. Faced with an incoming divine ability, the proprietress hurriedly parried and was forced back to her original spot. In the meantime, the sounds of people breaking through the air were heard as many figures landed in all directions and surrounded them. With a cold gaze, the proprietress swept a glance over the three mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. There was a gloomy expression on Yun Fei Bai's face as he spat and raised his chin. He appeared smug as he looked at the proprietress. Keep running. Let's see where you can run now. Without saying a word, the proprietress glared at him. Yun Fei Bai took a glance at the fog-covered Twin Spirit Island and put on a devious smile. Do you want to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Island? Have you even investigated the temperaments of this useless couple? Do you think these cowards have the guts to accept you? However, Lan Yu Rua was on her own, so she was unable to defeat the three mountain lords from profound Yang Mountain. As a fellow Sixth Order Master, she was fully aware of how powerful the three mountain lords from profound Yang Mountain were and understood that she might not be a match for any one of them even if it was a one-on-one fight. However, Lan Yu Rua was able to face three of them for such a long time even though she was on her own. In fact, given the power she had showcased, she could totally flee and those from profound Yang Mountain would be unable to stop her. The reason she stayed and fought this life-and-death battle was that she had to protect her companions. Even if she could flee, the people around her were unable to do so. Therefore, Shu Mu Dan admired the proprietress for her loyalty and righteousness. She turned to look at her husband and parted her lips, but she was unable to say anything in the end. It had been a long time since they got married, so Hua Yong was able to figure out her intentions by looking into her eyes. It was apparent that she wanted to plead with him to let Lan Yu Ruo in, but as their eyes met, he slowly shook his head. By letting Lan Yu Ruo in, they would offend those from profound Yang Mountain and invite trouble to themselves. Even if they could somehow appease those from profound Yang Mountain, the power Lan Yu Ruo had showcased this time made Hua Yong feel wary. Given her strength, she was completely capable of becoming the head island master. There was no way the couple would allow her to usurp their position. Shu Mu Dan let out a long sigh and stroked her bulging belly. There was a loving expression on her face as she hummed a nursery rhyme to distract herself. Left with no choice, he could only wield his azure dragon spear and ward off her attacks while exclaiming, "Proprietress! Wake up! It's me!" The proprietress ignored him as the monster chi around her thickened. Every strike she made carried immense force, and Yang Kai found it increasingly hard to deal with her. It had to be noted that Yang Kai had a 4,000-meter-long half-dragon form, so he possessed incredible physical strength. It was hard to imagine that the proprietress could use such a monstrous force despite her delicate figure. However, given the way she used her power, it must be pretty taxing for her. When Zhouya and the others turned their heads and saw that Yang Kai and Lan Yu Ruo had gotten into an intense battle, they breathed a sigh of relief despite not knowing what had happened. They were truly worried that Yang Kai and Lan Yu Ruo would pursue them. Then, Zhouya looked down and saw Yun Fei by spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood coming out of his mouth was boiling hot, as though it contained a scorching heat, and she exclaimed, "How are you, second brother?" Yun Fei by covered the wound on his chest with his hand as a sense of resentfulness flashed through his eyes. It's Golden Crow's true fire. That brat condensed a high-rank power. As he spoke, he sprayed out another mouthful of boiling blood. Zhouya comforted him by saying, "Hang in there, second brother. I'm sure when we return to profound Yang Mountain, Big Brother will have a way to help you." Yun Fei by nodded his head and fell silent as he pushed his power to suppress the Golden Crow's true fire in his body in order to stop the wound from worsening. The people who surrounded chef and accountant on the lake had dispersed by now. Since the three mountain lords were gone, they certainly wouldn't dare to remain. They had hurriedly followed Zhouya and the others back to profound Yang Mountain. Chef and accountant didn't chase their opponents as there were only the two of them. If they pushed the enemy too far, they might fall into a perilous situation instead. Upon seeing that Yang Kai and the proprietress were locked in a fierce battle, Chef anxiously screamed, "Oh no! The proprietress has lost her rationality and is fighting against Yang Boy. What should we do?" Accountant yelled, "Don't hurt her, Yang Kai. Wake her up immediately." "I'm trying," Yang Kai replied while dodging the attacks. However, he wasn't sure how he could make the proprietress regain her senses. If this matter dragged on, she would fall into critical danger. It would be terrible if she was left with some irreversible damage. Inside the garden, Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan gazed silently at the water mirror. Through the reflection, they could see two figures engaging in an intense battle in the sky. The area around the lake was a mess. The barrier around the lake had stood for thousands of years, but it was now almost destroyed due to this one battle. After observing for a time, Hua Yong wore a helpless smile and muttered, "Is this really a battle between Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters? It looks more like a clash between those Seventh Order Masters." Shu Mu Dan added, "Lan Yu Ruo seems to have been affected by the monster chi in that scarlet armor and lost her mind. It's the best chance to lend her a hand now, husband. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong nodded. You're right, my wife. Please come with me. N. Shu Mu Dan nodded gently and retracted the mirror, and then they leapt into the air together and flew out. A moment later, the fog separated and revealed the figures of Twin Spirit Island's island masters. Upon seeing them, chef and accountant appeared vigilant. Shu Mu Dan hurriedly said, Please don't be nervous. We mean no harm. They couldn't detect anything before Yang Kai made a move, but once he did, they realized that both Yang Kai's water reflects the moon and dragon shield secret techniques were derived from high-rank powers, to say nothing of the fact that he had previously showcased Golden Crow casts the sun, which was a divine manifestation exclusive to high-rank open heaven realm masters. It's no wonder that he's so powerful, someone remarked. Since all the element powers he refined were high-rank, it explained why he was so formidable. What should we do now? A woman asked, looking lost. Gang Qing told them to stop Yang Kai, but other than the tall man and the others from his group, the rest of them had never made a move. They couldn't explain themselves when they returned, so it was expected that they would be punished. However, if they never returned, there was nowhere else they could settle in the shadowless cave heaven. Faced with such a dilemma, they weren't sure what to do. After a brief discussion, they decided to go back to Profound Yang Mountain first and accept punishment. It was still better than wandering around the shadowless cave heaven. Gang Qing and Zhou Ye, while supporting Yun Fei Bai's weight, kept looking back. Upon realizing that Yang Kai was nowhere in sight, they set their minds at ease, thinking that he had been intercepted. In the end, it seemed their subordinates were not really useless. He hadn't even solidified his fifth order cultivation when he rose to the sixth order, so his cultivation was pretty unstable. Nevertheless, the intense battle Yang Kai was presently engaged in was perfect for strengthening his foundation and consolidating his cultivation. This kind of fight was much more effective than simply cultivating in seclusion. It could be said that as time passed, the power he was able to showcase would intensify until he reached his current limit. That was the reason Mao Zhe had this strange feeling. The four figures darted around. One moment they were in the sky, and the next moment they were on the ground, then the same process repeated. Wherever they went, the ground cracked and the sky trembled as their world forces continuously clashed with one another. Zhou Ye's eyes trembled as the figure who was flickering around the three of them shocked her. All of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm, but why was this young man so ridiculously strong? She initially thought that since the head mountain lord had joined them, there was no way this young man could resist. To her surprise, it turned out to be a difficult battle. There were probably over 100 wounds on the young man's figure, and some of his bones must have cracked. Nevertheless, instead of growing weaker, he only became stronger with each passing breath. She also realized that it was getting harder for her to parry his attacks. All of a sudden, Mao Zhe narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Are you using us in this battle to adapt to your new strength?" After a long fight, he finally figured out that the young man must have just ascended to the sixth order open heaven realm, so he wasn't familiar with his own power yet. That was the reason the young man became stronger as the battle dragged on. Upon that realization, he roared in indignation, "Brat, how dare you!" He was just one step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, so he was practically unmatched in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. If it weren't because the young man was proficient in the Tao of Space, Mao Zhe was confident he could easily defeat him in a one-on-one fight. However, it was never easy dealing with a master of the Tao of Space, as it was simply impossible to corner one. This was what made the young man before him so arrogant. After realizing the young man's intention, it was expected that Mao Zhe was infuriated. Yang Kai grinned at him and said, "You're touted to be the strongest cultivator in the shadowless cave heaven, but this is all you've got?" After he finished speaking, he retracted all the spear shadows and fell silent with a solemn expression. Then he yelled, "Golden Crow casts the sun." Following that, a bird was heard cawing while a great sun rose from his back. Gang Qing's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Watch out, big brother. This brat possesses a divine manifestation." "What?" An astounded Mao Zhe looked up, and when he saw the magnificent great sun, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. It was indeed a divine manifestation. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to cast a divine manifestation. Mao Zhe couldn't believe what he was seeing. While Mao Zhe fell into a dazed state, Yang Kai had integrated himself with the great sun and charged towards the head mountain lord. Mao Zhe immediately retreated. Although he was very close to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, he wouldn't dare to directly meet a divine manifestation. After all, this was something only high-rank Open Heaven realm masters were able to use. However, his efforts were futile. He was instantly engulfed in space principles as near-distant horizon infinitely extended the space around him. "Water reflects the moon," Yang Kai roared. A full moon appeared out of thin air as it cast its icy glow across the land, causing a chill to shoot up everyone's spine. The sun and the moon appearing together was a miraculous sight. The 3 mountain lords stared dazedly at the sky where the dazzling great sun and the ice-cold moon rose and set in a seemingly endless cycle. The immense power coming from the swirling cycle seemed to engulf the entire universe. Everything in this world seemed to have been covered by this euro formed from the sun and the moon. As the cycle spun, those present at the scene felt as though they were traveling across time. Coupled with the space principles that Yang Kai continuously surged, it formed into an extremely profound space-time warping effect. It was an entirely new power that Yang Kai had yet to use. A force that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth came over the 3 mountain lords, and they immediately surged their world forces to try to defend themselves. Following a deafening boom, a huge halo of light erupted. It was as though the entire world had shattered at that instant. The energies of the spinning sun and the moon exploded and sent shockwaves out across the entire shadowless cave heaven. The forces of scorching heat and bone-piercing cold clashed and formed into an immense destructive power. Everything at the center of the explosion was seemingly wiped from existence. A moment later, a figure, whose clothes were ragged, shot out of the light with a horrified expression. He was none other than the head mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain. As expected of a man just one step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, he was still able to escape alive despite facing such an attack. Nevertheless, his pale face and the blood at the corner of his lips clearly indicated that he was wounded. Presently, he was holding Gang Qing in one hand and Zhouya in the other. Compared to him, Gang Qing and Zhouya were more severely wounded and had passed out. Moreover, their bodies looked like they were being corroded by a strange power that continuously ate away at their vitality. This odd strength was profound and unpredictable, alternating between hot and cold, turning their skin from red to blue randomly. The condition they were in was extremely strange. Still reeling from shock, Mao Zhe took a look in Yang Kai's direction, only to see that the young man had fallen into a dazed state. With the spear in his hand still outstretched, Yang Kai seemed to be lost in his own thoughts while a mysterious light that contained some profound secrets swirled around him. Mao Zhe was dumbfounded as he realized that the young man had comprehended something about his grand Tao during this life-and-death battle. If he interrupted Yang Kai now, the latter would surely suffer an immense loss. However, Mao Zhe was too terrified of the attack just now and didn't have the courage to create trouble for Yang Kai. With Geng Qing and Zhouya in his hands, he shot towards Profound Yang Mountain and activated its grand array as soon as he was inside. In the center of the battlefield, the chaotic force slowly subsided. Yang Kai stood there silently as he comprehended the explosion of power just now. The Tao of Space was the foundation on which he built his Tao seal, and it could be said that his mastery over the Tao of Space was unrivaled. Nevertheless, when it came to the Tao of Time, he had always been an amateur. After ascending to the open heaven realm, he had his own small universe in his body. There were the manifestations of Golden Crow casts the sun and water reflects the moon in his small universe. The rising and falling of these celestial entities granted him a deeper understanding of the Tao of Time. Both the Tao of Space and Tao of Time were extremely esoteric and abstruse grand Taos. The average person would be extremely fortunate to comprehend even the slightest bit of either of them, let alone master both. It was only thanks to some rare opportunities that Yang Kai managed to achieve this. In fact, he had never thought about merging these two grand Taos into one. It wasn't until he engaged in a life-and-death battle with the three mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain that he gave it a try on a whim. Yang Kai never imagined the results would be so shocking. Space principles and time principles had perfectly blended together through the integration of the Golden Crow casts the sun, water reflects the moon, and near-distant horizon, forming a brand new divine ability. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he muttered under his breath, "Let's call it Sun and Moon Divine Wheel." The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel wasn't complete yet, and had plenty of room for improvement. Nevertheless, this divine ability contained an entirely new power, something akin to space-time strength that combined both space principles and time principles. However, it wasn't the right time to think about this. Yang Kai raised his gaze and looked at Profound Yang Mountain. The three mountain lords had returned to Profound Yang Mountain, and presently, the Grand Array was activated in full defensive mode. Many people were seen moving around as they got ready to face a formidable enemy. Yang Kai snorted and placed his Azure Dragon Spear over his shoulder before striding towards Profound Yang Mountain. With a grin, he called out, "Do you think you're safe hiding behind this thin wall? Since you dared harm my proprietress, I'll destroy your entire sect today." What kind of horrifying power was required to do that? Although mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could easily showcase immense power, they had to use the world force in their small universes to achieve that. Rarely anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds was able to literally lift a mountain like this one using solely physical strength. At the very least, it was the first time Mao Zhe saw someone capable of this. Following that, Yang Kai shook the mountain and roared, "All you ants crawling on this mountain, scram." The cultivators on the mountain started falling and crashed to the ground. The quiet woman who was originally standing on the peak happened to fall down in front of Yang Kai, who gently then let out a breath and sent her over 100 kilometers away before she lightly landed on the ground. Hong. Yang Kai shuffled towards the center of Profound Yang Mountain. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. Hong hong hong. His movements were initially slow, as every step he took would leave a huge mark on the ground. However, after several steps, he started running in light steps as his figure bent forward a little. Inside the Grand Array, Mao Zhe had his expression change drastically as he bellowed, "Activate the Grand Array's full might now." Martial Peak, Chapter 4405, A Shocked Huayong. Although Yang Kai and the others were powerful mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, they had never come across a pregnant Open Heaven Realm Master prior to this, so it was expected that they knew nothing about it. As they gazed at Shu Mudan's bulging belly, they tooted in amazement. After a bit of a chat, Huayong and Shu Mudan left. Before that, Yang Kai and the others were told that some people were standing guard outside the bamboo forest, so they could just tell them if they had any requests. Yang Kai thanked them and personally saw the couple off. Nothing major happened in the following days. The proprietress was still recuperating while Yang Kai had gained immense benefits as a result of the great battle he fought some time ago, so he needed time to sort through them. The Sun and Moon Divine will especially needed some improvement, which couldn't be achieved in just a day or two. Chef and accountant had to recuperate as well. Therefore, all of them remained silent in the bamboo forest. A few days later, the proprietress stepped out of her room. The three of them, who were standing guard outside, immediately opened their eyes and gazed at the second floor, only to see a charming proprietress standing there, looking down at them with a smile. All of them were elated as Chef exclaimed, "You're awake, proprietress." The proprietress beckoned to them, "Come up." Upon finishing her words, she turned around and stepped into the room. The trio made a beeline for the bamboo hut and went upstairs before staring at the proprietress with concern. Yang Kai suddenly frowned and said, "Proprietress, the monster chi around you." She was still evidently shrouded in monster chi, which was the same as the aura exuded from the blood monster battle dress that she wore previously. Although it was now significantly weaker, it couldn't be underestimated. The proprietress explained, "It'll take me a long time before I can dispel this monster chi entirely, but I'm fine now. It was thanks to you that I was saved." If Yang Kai hadn't used the soul-warming lotus to cleanse her knowledge sea, she would have ended up in a horrible state. She could have been transformed by the monster chi and become a real monster who had lost all sense of self. After she finished speaking, she furrowed her brow and looked doubtfully at Yang Kai. "Why are you in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm now?" Chef hurriedly replied, "Proprietress, let me explain. This brat had some world fruits." Upon hearing his explanation, the proprietress figured everything out and nodded, "You had quite the opportunity there." Then she recalled that Yang Kai had previously obtained some innate open heaven pills born in the universe furnace in the blood monster cave heaven. She couldn't help but be amazed at Yang Kai's luck, for he was always able to obtain things that were rarely seen in the world. Furthermore, the soul-warming lotus was still inside her body. She wondered where he found this kind of supreme treasure. However, since he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit and ascended to the Sixth Order, it had slightly made up for her regrets. Yang Kai was originally a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his limit in the future would be the Seventh Order. After consuming the mid-rank world fruit though, his limit would be the Eighth Order. If he had a chance to obtain a good enough amount of innate open heaven pills, he would then have hope of ascending to the Ninth Order. With that said, once the universe furnace appeared, it would lead to a period of turmoil, so it wasn't easy to snatch such pills. After returning the soul-warming lotus to Yang Kai, the proprietress said, "Follow me to meet the island masters of Twin Spirit Island later. We'll probably be staying here for a long time. Since this is their territory, we have to show them due respect." "Yes," the three of them replied respectfully. In the main hall of Twin Spirit Island, Huayong was seated on the master's seat as he widened his eyes in disbelief while an equally shocked Shu Mudan was seated just beside him. In front of them was a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was reporting his findings to them. The Open Heaven Realm Master was the subordinate that Huayong had sent to find out what had happened in profound Yang Mountain a few days ago. Upon his return on this day, he immediately reported to Huayong what he had discovered. However, Huayong found it hard to believe what his subordinate was telling him. "You say that profound Yang Mountain is now engulfed in pitch-black flames, all of its spirit peaks are destroyed, and the ground has been cleaved apart? It's been completely destroyed?" I couldn't believe it either, but that was indeed what I saw. the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master replied with his head hung low. The traces of an epic battle are everywhere around profound Yang Mountain. There are also some remnant fluctuations of world forces. Yun Fei Bai is dead? Hua Yong asked again, and even Mao Zhe fled after he was defeated. I didn't see it, but that was what I heard. Where did you hear this news from? Hua Yong inquired in shock. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master replied, it was the people from Profound Yang Mountain who told me about it. After Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, those Open Heaven Realm Masters had nowhere to go. Some of them left with the Mountain Lords, and no one knows where they are now. Others didn't know what to do next. When I arrived to investigate the situation, they saw me and came over to express their willingness to join Twin Spirit Island. I heard the news from them. Where are those people now? Hua Yong asked. I wouldn't dare to make a decision, so I told them to wait outside the island as I had to report the matter to you both, Island Masters. They await your decision now. Tell them to come in, Hua Yong ordered. The person nodded and dashed out of the hall. A moment later, he led 7 people into the main hall. The strength of these people varied from the Third Order to the Fifth Order. Upon entering the hall, they appeared apprehensive and afraid. Hua Yong found them to be familiar, so he reckoned that they were indeed from Profound Yang Mountain. The shadowless cave heaven was only so big, and the 3 great forces had coexisted in this place for thousands of years, so even though Hua Yong didn't know their names, he had at least seen some of these people before. The person at the front was an elderly man in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. He stepped forward and cupped his fist at Hua Yong and Shu Mudan. Zhang Shun greets the Island Masters. You are Zhang Shun? Hua Yong asked. Just like my wife and I, you are a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so we'd like to appoint you to be the Third Island Master. Just when the proprietress was about to agree to it, Yang Kai, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly said, I don't think it's appropriate. Hua Yong's face stiffened as his smile froze. Shu Mudan was also anxious as she stared fixedly at Yang Kai. The proprietress kept a faint smile on her face, but she didn't ask why Yang Kai turned them down. He must have his own reason for saying that. After a gulp, Hua Yong stared at Yang Kai and asked, What do you mean, Brother Yang? He called Yang Kai little brother the last time they met, but now it was Brother Yang. Apparently, Yang Kai's status in his mind had changed over the past few days, but no one cared about that small detail at the moment. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Twin Spirit Island got its name because there are 2 similar-looking islands. In that case, there should only be 2 island masters. Why is there a need for a 3rd island master? Upon hearing that, Hua Yong felt his heart sinking as he asked in a bitter voice, What do you think we should do about it then, Brother Yang? Yang Kai batted his eyes, wondering why this man even asked such a question. As their eyes met, Hua Yong looked away and gazed at his wife's bulging belly, then he let out a long sigh. Good. Since you have such an intention, Brother Yang, we'll grant your wish. I hope that you'll give us a place to stay on this island, considering that my wife is still pregnant. His words puzzled Yang Kai. A befuddled proprietress stared at Hua Yong and asked, What do you mean, Island Master Hua? The furious Hua Yong thought that they were trying to usurp his great force, and now they were even taunting him like this? Since Yang Kai had said that there shouldn't be a 3rd island master, he apparently didn't want to be under anyone. Hua Yong wasn't a match for him, and he had to take care of his wife and unborn child, so he had no choice but to give in. While he remained silent, Yang Kai suddenly realized something and asked with a frown, Are you misunderstanding something, Island Master Hua? A dejected Hua Yong stared at him and questioned, What do you think I've misunderstood, Brother Yang? Yang Kai burst into laughter. Are you thinking that since I've said there should only be 2 island masters on Twin Spirit Island, It means proprietress, and I want to take over your positions. Hua Yong balled up his fists. Isn't that what you meant? It was then that chef and accountant realized what was going on. As they exchanged glances, they smiled helplessly. Yang Kai shook his head. You're overthinking things, Island Master Hua. This Yang doesn't have such an intention. By saying that there should only be 2 island masters, I mean the proprietress is not going to join Twin Spirit Island, nor will she become the 3rd island master. It's not what you think. You're not going to join Twin Spirit Island? Hua Yong widened his eyes. Yang Kai said, this Yang just hopes that you'll give us a place to stay while we look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven. After all, we won't be staying here forever. An embarrassed Hua Yong blushed heavily. He couldn't be blamed for having such a misunderstanding, for he had always worried that the arrival of Yang Kai and Lan Yu Rua would change the current affairs in Twin Spirit Island. That was why he was overthinking. Furthermore, Yang Kai's words were pretty ambiguous, which naturally aroused some suspicions. Now, Hua Yong finally realized that he was reading too much into things. They obviously wouldn't go to Twin Spirit Island as the proprietress and Yang Kai were there, so they would only embarrass themselves if they did. It was impossible for Unrivaled Guild to accept them as well. Although there were 3 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Unrivaled Guild, Mao Zhe and the others also numbered 3. If they were accepted, conflicts would arise in Unrivaled Guild. Mao Zhe wasn't known for being unreasonable and ruthless, but he also had his pride, so the 3 chiefs would be worried that Mao Zhe would covet their great force. Since these 2 places wouldn't welcome them, Mao Zhe and the others really had nowhere to go. Hua Yong had said that Mao Zhe was the one who suggested that the origin of the astral wind was probably an exit to this place. Since there were no other safe places in the shadowless cave heaven, it was only reasonable that Mao Zhe would take a risk and go against the wind to look for the way out. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had never expected to bump into them here. He never intended to hunt them down, as the reason he destroyed Profound Yang Mountain some time ago was simply to get revenge for the proprietress. Since Profound Yang Mountain was gone, Mao Zhe and the others had become as pitiful as stray dogs, and there wasn't a need for Yang Kai to add insult to injury. However, since they were heading in the same direction, they would meet up sooner or later. Half a day later, Mao Zhe and the others seemed to have noticed something as they looked behind them. Zhou Ye's eyes trembled when she looked back, then she exclaimed, "There's someone following us, big brother." A stunned Mao Zhe turned his head, then he widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. It's Yang Kai. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:11, Subduing 3 Mountains. The astral wind never stopped as the entire shadowless cave heaven was devastated by the sandstorm it kicked up. 2 parties silently confronted each other. While Yang Kai was calm and collected, A myriad of expressions came over the three mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. "Big brother," Zhouya called out gently. Mao Zhe turned to look at her, and as their eyes met, he couldn't help but recall the moments they had spent together in the past. The coldness on his face slowly melted away. After a sigh, he gazed at Yang Kai and asked, "Will you ensure our safety if we submit to you?" Yang Kai arched his brow. "Not only can I ensure your safety, but I can also bring you out of the shadowless cave heaven." Mao Zhe shook his head. "How do I know if your divine manifestation is able to protect others as well?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It's easy. Just come over and give it a try if you don't believe me." Mao Zhe nodded. "I'll do that then." After he finished speaking, he was ready to charge towards Yang Kai. Geng Qing immediately stopped him. "I'll do it, big brother." Before Mao Zhe could object to it, he had already gone on ahead. Apparently, he was worried that Yang Kai might harm Mao Zhe, so he decided to give it a try in his stead. In the blink of an eye, Geng Qing had already reached Yang Kai, who didn't stop him and even opened a gap in the towering evergreen's protection to let him come in. Geng Qing remained vigilant while standing beside Yang Kai. As he looked up at the tree crown and observed the low-hanging branches, his expression was soon transformed by shock. Standing in the protection range of this ancient tree, he couldn't feel the slightest harassment from the astral wind. Besides that, the ample vitality around him soothed his body and mind, and his fatigued figure seemed to have been rejuvenated in an instant. He had never seen or heard of such a divine manifestation before. More than 10 breaths later, he dashed out of the protection range. Before that, he took a glance at Yang Kai with a conflicted gaze. Upon his return, he secretly spoke to Mao Zhe and narrated what he had gone through just now. As Mao Zhe listened to him, he narrowed his eyes. A moment later, Mao Zhe let out a sigh. "Fine. We have nowhere else to go in shadowless cave heaven. If you're able to bring us out of this place, we're willing to submit to you." If he could leave this place, he would have a chance to ascend to the seventh order, which was greatly tempting. Yang Kai rubbed his palms together and said, "Head Mountain Lord is a straightforward and flexible man. However, how do I know if it's not just an empty promise? Since you've made such a decision, I hope you'll give me some assurance. I don't wish for you to betray me one day. After all, we haven't really been on good terms." Mao Zhe snorted. "What kind of assurance do you want? Do you want us to make a heart demon oath?" "There's no need for that." Yang Kai grinned at him and summoned an ancient-looking book. "You just have to use your blood essence to write your names in here." Mao Zhe's expression changed. "What's this?" "The loyalty list." As Yang Kai spoke, he tossed the book at Mao Zhe. After taking it, Mao Zhe opened it and realized there were only 9 pages in the loyalty list. A person named Shen Tianfei was on the first page, He He was on the second page, and some Yun Xinghua was on the third page. The rest of the pages were blank. As he scanned the loyalty list with his divine sense, Mao Zhe realized that the book contained a mysterious power. Although he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was still unable to see through it. The thin book felt extremely heavy in his hands, as though it weighed as much as a mountain. Yang Kai appeared busy, but he wasn't certain what he was doing. Although Mao Zhe was unresigned and resentful of the young man, he wouldn't let his emotions show on his face as he had left his name on the loyalty list. Hence, he went over and asked curiously, "What are you doing, Brother Yang? Do you need my help?" "There's no need for that. It's almost done." Yang Kai waved his hand. After observing it for a moment, Mao Zhe finally realized what the young man was doing and asked, "Are you building a space array?" Yang Kai nodded. "It takes more than 10 days to come here from Twin Spirit Island. It'll be much easier with a space array around." "Are you going back to Twin Spirit Island?" Yang Kai replied with a smile. "The reason I came to the shadowless cave heaven was to look for my companions. Since I've found them as well as the exit, we'd better leave this place sooner rather than later. The environment in the shadowless cave heaven is far too hostile." Martial Peak, Chapter 44:14, Hua Yong's Hesitation. Yang Kai gazed seriously at them in an attempt to connect their faces to their names, but his effort was in vain. Not only did these burly men look alike, but their demeanors and voices were also similar. More importantly, their auras were almost identical. Perhaps even their own mother wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Yang Kai decided to give up as he said, "Please don't get me wrong. This Yang has no ill intentions against unrivaled guild. I also don't intend to rule over the shadowless cave heaven like what you were worrying about." Shiryu exclaimed, "He heard our conversation, big brother." A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Shirchu's face. "We'd better make a move first, or else we'll be at a disadvantage, big brother." Shirshan widened his eyes in shock as he puffed out a scorching breath through his nostrils. As he glared at Yang Kai, his gaze became increasingly ferocious. Faced with the imminent danger, Yang Kai took some steps backwards and raised his hands. "Wait a moment. I don't intend to go against the three of you, nor am I here to fight. I've come all the way here to tell you that I've found the exit of this shadowless cave heaven, and I'm going to leave in 1 month. If you want, you can come with me. If not, I'm not going to force you." Yang Kai found it hard to deal with these three. Before coming to this place, he had imagined various circumstances when he met the three chiefs of unrivaled guild, but he hadn't expected that it would turn out this way. "You found the exit?" Shirshan was startled as the ruthlessness in his eyes went away. "Yes." Yang Kai bowed his head. "Why should we believe you?" Distrust was written all over Shiryu's face as he gazed at Yang Kai. "We've been looking for the exit for thousands of years, but to no avail. How did you even find it?" "I have my methods." Yang Kai shook his head. "As for how I found it, I can't really tell you. However, Zhouya was with me at that time. If you don't believe me, you can ask her about it." In an instant, the three brothers shifted their attention to Zhouya. Zhouya frowned, apparently not willing to talk to them, but she still nodded her head in the end. "Sir Yang is not lying to you. He has really found the exit of the shadowless cave heaven. The reason we've come all the way here is to inform you about it." The doubt of the brothers evaporated as they appeared ecstatic. "He's really found the exit." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. It seemed that these guys were truly dim-witted as they readily believed Zhouya's words. Nevertheless, it saved him a lot of trouble, so he just went with it. The brothers could barely contain their excitement while the cultivators from Unrivaled Guild looked at Yang Kai with fervent gazes. No one was willing to stay in the shadowless cave heaven if they had a chance to leave. Resources in this damned place were scarce, so they had no future if they stayed here. Many of them had been stuck in this place for thousands of years. Due to the astral wind, Ma Tianyuan's cultivation had dropped from the 6th order to the 5th order, so he was rather pitiful. Many of them were indeed tempted by Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai said, "Just so you know, even though I've found the exit, we might come across some trouble if we want to leave. There might be some unforeseeable danger." Shirshan stroked his bald head and stared at Yang Kai. "We have nothing to do with one another. Since you've found the exit, you could have left on your own. Why have you come over to inform us? Do you have any ulterior motive?" Shirchu and Shiryu immediately gazed vigilantly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai burst into laughter. "What ulterior motive could I have? Just like what I've said, even though I've found the exit, there might be some danger ahead. Therefore, having more people to help is a good thing. If you're willing to come with me, I may need your assistance when the time comes." Upon hearing his explanation, the brothers understood his intentions. "I'm going to leave the shadowless cave heaven in 1 month. If you want to come with me, you can look for me in Twin Spirit Island before then. I'll be staying there during this period of time." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai cupped his fist and left with Zhouya. The reason he had come over was to inform the three chiefs about his plan. Since he had achieved his goal, he didn't remain. These three were truly dim-witted, so it might do more harm than good if he talked any further. The brothers were rooted to the spot as they watched Yang Kai leave. Behind them, the Open Heaven Realm Masters exchanged glances. Meanwhile, In a luxuriously decorated room on Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong was drinking on his own. A series of footsteps were heard coming from behind him, then a warm body pressed against his head. A pair of slender hands were placed on his forehead as the woman gently massaged him. Hua Yong closed his eyes and rested his head against his wife's belly. He could clearly feel the fetal movements coming through the skin. As he took a whiff of the pleasant fragrance, his mind was slowly soothed. "Are you in a dilemma, husband?" Shu Mu Dan asked gently. "Yes." Hua Yong sighed. "It's too difficult to make a decision, my wife." Yang Kai had put him in a really tight spot. Before his arrival, Hua Yong and his wife had stayed in the shadowless cave heaven for about 10,000 years. Although the environment was hostile, their lives had been quite peaceful. However, in just a few days, Yang Kai had basically turned this place upside down. Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and only 3 of the 4 great mountain lords were left. Moreover, those 3 had become Yang Kai's subordinates. On top of that, Yang Kai found the shadowless cave heaven's exit, which the cultivators in this place were unable to do for thousands of years. Certainly, Hua Yong wanted to leave the shadowless cave heaven as well. They practically had no future in this place. However, it took a lot of courage and determination if they wanted to leave. Others had no idea what they could face after going past the exit, but Hua Yong was fully aware of it. After all, Yang Kai had explained the situation to him already. Upon moving past the exit, they would probably fall into the source of the astral wind, which was a death trap. The astral wind coming into the shadowless cave heaven was already so violent, so Hua Yong couldn't imagine what would happen if they really fell into its source. Although he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it wouldn't take long before his small universe was worn away entirely. Shu Mu Dan said gently, "Sir Yang has said that he has a way to defend against the astral wind, hasn't he?" Upon learning that there were 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, more than 10 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and about 300 people in the 4th Order and below, Hua Yong was astounded. A second-class great force like that could be considered extraordinary by having this kind of heritage. It could be said that Voidland was at the peak among the second-class great forces. He couldn't figure out how a great force that was founded just a decade ago grew to be so formidable. With that said, he was relieved that Voidland was strong. He and his wife were going to join Voidland after leaving the shadowless cave heaven, so with such a strong sect as their support, they would be more confident when dealing with any affairs in the outside world. After they drank for a bit more, Yang Kai retired to his room. Hua Yong probingly asked whether Yang Kai wanted the ladies who danced earlier to serve him in bed, but the latter rejected it outright. He stopped mentioning it as he saw him off and cupped his fist. "Sect Master, I'll inform the people from Twin Spirit Island about this tomorrow so they can decide whether they want to leave. When the time comes to leave the shadowless cave heaven, my wife and I will follow you. Please take care of us then." Yang Kai nodded. "Don't worry, Elder Hua." After Yang Kai was gone, Hua Yong breathed a sigh of relief, then he shuffled towards his bedroom to tell his wife about what had happened. As Yang Kai recalled the incident earlier while heading towards the bamboo forest, he couldn't help smiling. He was indeed surprised that Hua Yong asked to join Voidland all of a sudden. However, if he were in his shoes, he would have made the same decision. Hua Yong had decided to leave the shadowless cave heaven with Yang Kai, but he was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect his wife and himself after falling into the source of the astral wind. By then, their lives would hinge on Yang Kai. With Yang Kai's protection, they probably would be safe. Nevertheless, if Yang Kai didn't protect them, they were bound for death. Now that they had joined Voidland though, Yang Kai had to ensure their safety since he was now their sect master. With this connection between them, the couple could follow Yang Kai with peace of mind. Otherwise, they wouldn't have easily sided with any great force since they were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. However, since Hua Yong had agreed to it, a lot of people would tag along, as many of those from Twin Spirit Island would want to leave together. It wasn't certain whether those from Unrivaled Guild would want to come, but Yang Kai wasn't bothered either way. Upon returning to the bamboo forest, Yang Kai started getting busy. Half a day later, the space array was completed. He gave it a try and confirmed that he could easily reach the exit. Now that everything was prepared, he just had to wait for the proprietress to recover before they set off. Life was peaceful for the following days as Yang Kai refined open heaven pills and resources to strengthen the heritage and world force of his small universe. Just like what Chef had said, when a cultivator reached the open heaven realm, he had to manage his small universe seriously. Accumulation took a painfully long time, so it wasn't easy to ascend to the next order. A few days later, Hua Yong rushed to the bamboo forest and reported, "Sect Master, the three brothers from Unrivaled Guild have come over with a group of people and shouted that they want to see you." A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes. As he recalled the three burly men, his face twitched slightly. "Are they here to fight, or do they want to leave with me?" "They didn't say anything." Hua Yong shook his head. "They just wanted to meet you and mention that you were the one who told them to come here. They look quite fierce, so I think they're probably up to no good." Martial Peak, Chapter 44:18, Enter My Small Universe. At that instant, lights of different colors flickered. The Open Heaven Realm Masters summoned their artifacts and attacked the Wind Spirit. The violent fluctuations of energy were chaotic as all sorts of elements surged out. The Wind Spirit was extremely agile and it could easily dodge most of the attacks. On the other hand, many of the cultivators were accidentally hurt since they were all crammed together. With that said, some of the attacks still struck the Wind Spirit. Every strike could make its figure fall apart, but it would soon reform. However, its color became increasingly dimmer. Seeing that, Hua Yong yelled, "Hang in there and don't panic. As long as we're united, we don't have to be afraid of this Wind Spirit." He wasn't boasting wildly. Even though the Wind Spirit born in this place was eerie as it could kill a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in a short time, there were many Open Heaven Realm Masters around, including 9 in the Sixth Order. If they couldn't even deal with a single Wind Spirit, they should just give up and let it kill them. The powers of the artifacts continuously blossomed and the Wind Spirit had become so dim that it was almost transparent. Just when it was about to be destroyed, a crack suddenly appeared on its flat face as though it had opened its mouth and it released a fierce howl. No one knew what this Wind Spirit was doing, but they still put up their guard with solemn expressions. Although the wind was heard howling, it didn't appear to be intimidating or lethal at all. However, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he said, "Stay alert. We might be in trouble." "What?" Hua Yong turned his head to ask, then his pupils contracted. In the meantime, cracks that were caused by a mysterious force started appearing around the protection range of the towering evergreen. Puffs of green smoke snuck in through the cracks, then contorted and turned into odd-looking creatures. Just like the Wind Spirit they had seen previously, these things had limbs but not facial features. Their faces were flat in an eerie way. Some of them looked like tigers, wolves, and some other animals. The creatures that had barged in were all Wind Spirits. It was just that they were of different forms and there were more than 10 of them. Everyone felt a crawling sensation on their scalp. Just one wind spirit was enough to give them a headache, as over 100 open heaven realm masters were unable to kill it in a short time. Just when they were starting to see a glimmer of hope, though, more of these wind spirits rushed in. Apparently, the wind spirit was calling out to its companions just now by making that howling sound. Many appeared to be in despair. As soon as these wind spirits took shape, they started flying around. The cultivators exclaimed and tried to avoid them, but there was nowhere they could go. In just a moment, these wind spirits snuck into the bodies of over 10 cultivators and disappeared. These people widened their eyes in horror as they were desperate to fight for a chance to survive. They madly pushed their world force in an attempt to force these wind spirits out of their small universes, but their efforts proved futile. Many of them called out desperately for help. The 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sported solemn expressions. None of them could have expected that they would come across this kind of danger after leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven with Xianxia, including Xianxia himself. He thought that after leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven, the biggest risk he would face would be a more intense astral wind. With his towering evergreen, though, he was confident he could ensure their safety. However, it never crossed his mind that wind spirits existed in the astral wind source. Even his towering evergreen was unable to block them out. The ship was bought by Xianxia, and while its defensive and offensive strength weren't particularly outstanding, it was pretty spacious as it could comfortably accommodate 200 people, so the 70 or so aboard had more than enough space to move around. Since the route had been mapped out, someone just needed to drive the ship forward while Xianxia found a room and cultivated in seclusion. The view in the void alternated between surreal and desolate as time went by slowly. 1 month later, the ship suddenly shook. Hua Yong knocked on the door and said, "Sect Master, we've arrived at the first destination according to your plan." "We've arrived?" That was quick. Xianxia opened his eyes and left the room. After nodding at Hua Yong, he walked towards the deck. He looked into the distance and saw a spirit province that was full of world energy hovering in the void. A thick layer of fog surrounded the spirit province, and one could faintly see some beautiful buildings and splendid mountains through the mist. Some figures left the cabin as Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords stood behind Xianxia and looked into the distance. Mao Zhe narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is this void land?" Although the place looked average, it had the scale and ambience of a second-class great force. With that said, it wasn't very impressive. "It's not void land." Xianxia shook his head. Mao Zhe was confused. What was this place if it wasn't void land? He had just left the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so he was unable to identify the location without a universe chart. As they spoke, The proprietress led chef and accountant to the deck. Hearing the noise, Yang Kai turned around and walked over. "Why are you here, proprietress?" The proprietress shot him a glance and frowned. "What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You know full well what I'm trying to do." The proprietress furrowed her brows and parted her lips. "I was just spouting nonsense since I was infuriated at that time. Many years have passed, so let's just put it behind us." Yang Kai shook his head. "Although many years have passed, you'll be restricted by your oath if it is not resolved, meaning you won't be able to make it to the high-rank open heaven realm in your lifetime." He paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you worried that there will be too many casualties?" She said with a conflicted expression before she sighed, "There must be some innocence. Once a war breaks out, many people will lose their lives." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, "I'll try to limit the casualties then." Seeing that she was about to keep dissuading him, he cut her off by saying, "Your heart demon oath must be resolved. Furthermore, when Heavenly Sword Union made things difficult for me in the past, they also participated. Since they have the guts to invade Void Land, they must be ready to pay the price." Seeing that he was determined, the proprietress let out a sigh and stopped trying to dissuade him. On the other hand, chef and accountant rolled up their sleeves as they realized Yang Kai's intention. Hua Yong and the others were puzzled, not knowing what they were talking about. Mao Zhi secretly spoke to Hua Yong, who replied, "I have no idea either. We've come to this place according to the route that Sect Master mapped out. The place in front of us is apparently called Boundless Altar." A glint flashed through Mao Zhi's eyes as he darted his gaze between Yang Kai and Boundless Altar. At the same time, he paid a silent tribute to those from Boundless Altar for a moment. The people from Boundless Altar must have offended this walking disaster, otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have directly come all the way here after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. Boundless Altar was doomed.